Call roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeVar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation given by our own Senator Brumfield, who actually is a pastor, and the invocation to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Senator Jackson. Senator Brumfield.
Let us pray. Gracious God, our Father, how blessed we are that you've bombarded us with new mercies that were undeserving. For that we say thank you. We bless you for this opportunity to come together to make a difference in the lives of others. God, Medicaid expansion is on the table, and our mind quickly goes to the Holy Writ when there was the Good Samaritan who was a good neighbor, who pulled out all his wine and poured it on the wounded man's injuries. In Christ, you said, go and do likewise. As we prepare our hearts to see about others, let us remember, God, how good you are to us so that we can be good and great to others. Bless our time together. Bless our families. In Jesus' name we give thanks. Let every heart say thank God and amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senator Brumfield. Thank you, Senator Jackson. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests, Senate. Introduction. Senator Robinson.
Good morning, Mr. President. Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you. In the South Gallery, I'm happy to introduce Chloe Norwood. Please stand up. She is the newly elected Mississippi Beta Club Secretary. She's a junior at Northeast Jones High School, and her dad is Stan Norwood, who is a poultry farmer in Jones County. Welcome to your capital.
Thank you. And the Beta Club is very important. I got in on an exemption, but it's very important, and congratulations. We're proud of you, and I know your dad is. Okay, any others? All right, we'll move to the calendar. Senator Kirby. Senator Kirby, pass and retain. Senator Parks. Senator Parks. Pass and retain. Motions to reconsider. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain, Senator. Senator Suber. We're on motions to reconsider, sir. Senate, we're on 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 12, House Bill number 1123.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1123, MDOT, authorizes transfer and conveyance of certain real property to the Greene County Board of Supervisors.
I move we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion table, the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Suber. Senator England, you're recognized. We're on 13, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip item 13 and go to item number 14 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Item 13 retains its place on the calendar. Item 14, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2144, runoff elections, amend to lengthen the timing requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. President. My motion will be that we reconsider the vote by which the conference report failed for the purpose of recommitting this to conference. So my motion at this time, and I ask people to support this, that we reconsider the vote by which the conference report failed.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we recommit to conference.
Recommit to conference. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We're on the calendar. We're going to appropriation. Senator Hobson. Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
For an introduction, please, Mr. President.
Please proceed while Senator Hobson's getting prepared.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West and South Gallery, I'm going to ask y'all to stand, please, for the 2023-2024 Madison Central Jaguars Championship tennis teams. They won the 7A MSHAA Team Championship, as well as the girls singles, boys singles, and boys doubles championships. The Jaguars have been state champions for 7 out of the last 8 years. With their team today is head coach Brad Boatler. Senators, help me welcome, please, the state champion Madison Central tennis team to our chamber.
Congratulations to each of you. Very, very difficult to win a state championship, particularly in the class of high schools you're in. Senator Blackman.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the North Gallery, I'll ask him to stand. In the North Gallery, we have the St. Andrews Boys High School State Champions for Class 1A through 3A, and they received a warm welcome on the House side, and I think we can do better over here in the Senate, so please help them feel welcome.
Congratulations, y'all. Okay, moving right along, Senator Hobson, we're back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we skip down to item 72 on the calendar and have the title read.
One moment. All the others retain their place on the calendar. We go to item 72 on page 9, Senate. Okay, Senator.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3012, Appropriation IHL, Mississippi State University Veterinary Medicine College.
My motion is that we recommit the conference report for further study.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harper, you're recognized.
Thank you. I ask that we pass and retain the items 73 through 104, and that we go to item 105.
73 through 104. We go to item 105, Senate, on page 13.
And ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3048, Appropriations, Secretary of State.
My motion is that we recommit for further conference and study.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that we pass and retain or skip down to item 138 on today's calendar.
Okay, we'll have to come back to finance with Senator
That's why I
Harkins.
see finance in between.
Yes, sir.
Yep, I'll pass and retain
To 115?
the items, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Pass and retain to items 115. We'll ask Senator Harkins, and then we'll come back to Senator Hobson on his bill. Page 15, Senate number 116.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 116, House Bill 1003, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1003, Homestead Exemption Revised Time within which certain homeowners may apply for.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the House bill that dealt with the homestead exemption for veterans. The way that the bill was drafted last year, and the expression "the road to hell is paved with good intentions," this is certainly one of them. In application, it's just difficult to do this program the way the language is drafted. A county sets the ad valorem rate on January 1 as of that date, and the way they're having to apply this, they're going back and refunding the current homeowner their portion of the ad valorem taxes that are owed, and that was not the spirit of the bill. Before the bill was passed, if a disabled veteran bought a home, or a widow of a veteran bought a home, they would be entitled to ad valorem exemption the following year after they purchased the home. This bill essentially goes back to that model. The way that it's set up right now is just not functional, and I think you may have heard from a lot of your tax assessors, tax collectors in the county, having to try to deal with this. So basically, this is reversing last year's bill and just going back to the way it was, where when they purchase a home, the following year they would make application and they would receive the full exemption on the ad valorem taxes. And that's the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
I move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. No objections. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 117, House Bill 1161, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1161, Alcoholic Beverages, authorized municipalities and dry counties vote to come out from under the dry law.
Motion is that we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain. Senator Hopkins.
This bill, this conference report basically removes the population threshold for which municipalities can vote. In a county that has voted to come out from under the dry law, any municipality now will be able to have an election, and a majority of voters voting in the affirmative would make it legal to have the sale of alcoholic beverages in that municipality. Previously, there was a threshold of 5,000 people to have it, and that just basically removes the minimum threshold for a municipality. And I think it still has a petition process by which 20% of the people in that municipality can petition to have it on the ballot. That's the explanation of the conference report. Be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report by the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Or is voting no? Chisholm, no. Parker, no. Hill, no. Frazier, no. Norwood, no. Branning, no.
Skipping these. No.
Anyone else?
That's it.
Sparks?
Yeah.
No. Sparks? No. Anyone present? Senator Suber,
I'd like to announce the pair.
please proceed.
I vote aye. If Jeff Tate was here, he'd vote no.
Aye. Suber, no. Tate. Anyone else? Anyone else? Brumfield, present. Anyone else? Bill passes with the noes noted. On use of the morning roll call, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 118 through 121, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 122, House Bill 1589, have the title read.
Senator Harkins, that was 122? 122?
Skipping items 118 through 121, have them retain their place on the
Okay.
calendar, and go to item 122,
Okay.
House Bill 1589, have the title read.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1589, motor vehicles, revise certain provisions regarding discharge of liens and scrapping.
Motion is to adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the conference report.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. This conference report makes two changes to law. It requires that lien holders, within 14 days of a satisfaction of lien being received, that they will electronically submit that to Department of Revenue. And then the other change is it requires that scrappers and I think it's worded used motor vehicle auto parts dealers check for liens on vehicles before they are scrapped or used for parts. And that's an explanation of what the conference report does. Move adoption of the conference report using the morning roll call if there are no questions.
Seeing no question, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 123, House Bill 1618, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, read the title.
House Bill number 1618, PERS, define instrumentality for purpose of PERS laws and include healthcare collaborators in the definition.
Motion is we recommit for further conferencing.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Bills are recommitted. 124, sir.
I'd like to go to item 124, House Bill 1647, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1647, Commissioner of Insurance authorized to implement a state insurance exchange, authorize income tax deductions and insurance premium tax credit.
My motion is we recommit for further conferencing.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. No. The ayes have it, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 125 through 128 and have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 129, Senate Bill 2298, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2298, bonds, raise minimum fee paid to state bond attorney from $500 to $750 for validation and issuance of.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the conference report.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this conference report does is it changes the fees paid to the state bond attorney, which were set in 1983 and are currently a minimum of $100, a maximum of $500 based on 0.1% of the bond being issued. It changes that to a minimum of $500 and a maximum of $1,000. And one other change that it does is it provides for a backup bond attorney in case of a conflict of interest with the state bond attorney. And those are the two changes in this conference report. And if there are no questions, I move adoption using the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator
So
Hill.
we're raising this basically 50% from what the current fee is, from 500 to 750?
Well, actually, the conference report goes to 1,000, so it's from a maximum of 500 to a maximum of 1,000, and from a minimum of 100 to a minimum of 500.
Okay. Who requested the bill?
So the bond attorney requested it, and upon research, I found that these amounts were set in 1983, and at that time, not only were bond amounts smaller, but they were much different. So bonds at that time were primarily done in small amounts and by counties that used, they'd say 5 per county, right?
So this is for numerous different bond attorneys?
No, this is for the state bond attorney.
For the state bond attorney?
Yes.
So do we have any idea of how much fiscal note or how much this will raise the price that we pay, say, on a yearly basis to the state bond attorney?
Yes, so it's not just paid out of an appropriation. This is paid per bond by the issuer.
Right, per bond. But I mean like an average.
It would depend on each bond from every county, city, school, whatever is issuing the bond each year, which varies greatly.
But we have, what I'm asking is, and I'm no expert on this, but do we have one bond attorney that does all this for each county, each city?
That's correct. We have one state bond attorney, but
So what causes us not to split this job up and have more than one firm do this?
well, but this is not a firm, and this is, I think the way that you're describing it is different than the way that it is. The way this would work is there's 5 or 6 firms in the state that would handle bonds throughout the state. They would have their role in that process. There would be a local to the area bond or attorney's office.
Yeah, I mean, I know who my county uses. So.
Yes, and so there's multiple layers, and then the bond attorney for the state checks each one to make sure it follows all the rules of the state and that it is filed correctly. So they have the responsibility of taking them from all of the different entities that would prepare them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, Senator?
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Present? Hill. Present? Chisholm. Anyone else? Bill passed by use of morning roll call. 2 presents. 130, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 130 through 136 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
Retain their place on the calendar. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Okay. We go to in-conference approach. Senator Hobson, pass and retain. Are you not? Okay, I'm sorry. Senator Hobson, you're recognized. We're on 137, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip item 137, have it retain its place, then go, my motion would be to take up items 138 through 146 in block.
One moment.
These, just for information for the members, these will be for recommitments for further conference.
138 through that's page 18, Senate. On page 19, 146. So I'll give you just a minute for everyone to look, and we'll take the en bloc motion. One moment.
These are just recommitments, so I won't bring any of these out for any discussion or votes other than to recommit them for further conference.
Okay. En bloc, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill 1705, Budget Process, bring forward certain sections relating to and provide for transfers of funds. House Bill 1706, Program funded with ARPA funds, revise certain provisions and bring forward sections of. House Bill number 1707, 2023 Local Improvements Project Fund, clarifying correct names and purposes of certain projects funded from. Senate Bill number 2285, Department of Public Safety, bring forward code sections related to officer salary. Senate Bill number 2468, Budget, bring forward code sections related to and provide for transfers. Senate Bill number 2487, the Law Enforcement Officers and Firefighters Death Benefit Trust Fund, bring forward provision related to. Senate Bill number 2825, Appropriations, provide certain fiscal year 2024 appropriations, fund authority, and transfers. Senate Bill number 2846, Appropriations, make technical revisions to certain transfers and provisions related to local projects. Senate Bill number 2848, ARPA programs, revise and bring forward related provisions and provide for determination of unobligated funds by November 1st.
My motion is that we recommit for further conference and study.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate, we move to in-conference general bills. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. Senator DeBar. 148, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 148 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill Number 346, Seizure Safe Schools Act established.
Thank you, Mr. President. Be asked to, if you could recognize Senator Boyd to go ahead and explain the conference report.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
This is a bill that's been before this body, I think now for 2 years, and it was, last year, it was killed during the conference process. Senate had signed a report, the House had not. It is back before you this year. It is a bill that's a straightforward bill in that it allows public school districts to allow them to give seizure medicine to children. We have a problem in the state with children who are on seizure medication. Many of the school districts have refused to be able to refuse to administer that seizure medication. It's very straightforward. It allows them to do this. It also requires the parents to give medical information to the school districts, and they'll put a plan in place for those children that are doing this. It also has a Good Samaritan provision in there as they administer this seizure medication. And just to let you know, the seizure medication is something literally you sniff through the nose. So anyway, this is reported that, and I'll be glad to take questions on this.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
Thanks, Mr. President. Madam Chairman, who would administer that? The teachers or who?
Teachers would do this, and also as an aside note, the Epilepsy Foundation will work with the State Department of Education, and they'll house videos to make sure that'll be free to school districts to get training on this. That shows them how to do this, and literally, Senator Jordan, they've showed it to me. It's a sniff, so there's no anyway to help get this done.
That is the same thing with epilepsy cases as well?
Yes, sir. This would help individuals with epilepsy, and then the Epilepsy Foundation will work with the State Department of Education to make sure that schools have an opportunity for free training to do this.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Boyd?
Yes.
Senator Hill is recognized.
Some of these medicines that children take may be in a different form than sniffing something. My sister did this for a lot of years, but my question is there anything in this bill that limits the liability of a school personnel who is administering this medicine?
Yes, if you would look at Section 3 of the bill, line 72 through 81, I believe, Senator Hill.
Thank you.
It does give that Good Samaritan provision for those teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hill asked one of my questions. The other one is there a requirement that someone has to be trained or that someone has to take that responsibility, or was it left up to the school district?
We had some really strict provisions in there about how the school district was doing that, and we softened that and let the school district make the provisions. We've asked the school district to have at least one employee who will assist with that medication, because we had reports in. We had a lot of reports in last year because we did a lot of the work on this last year, but we had a lot of reports in from parents across the state that were having to keep children out of school because the school district was refusing to administer the medication. And so when a child is seizing, every moment that they're seizing, they're losing brain capacity. And so this made sure that there was somebody on site that could really help those children with this. And with the medications being so easy to administer now, unlike they used to be in years past, this was the Epilepsy Foundation and numerous parents. I've had neurologists, many of them write in on this for the last, I believe we've been working on this now 3 years. So.
Well, if you have a small school and none of the teachers or administrators feel comfortable doing that, what happens?
Well, and this is the medication now is so easy to administer.
Even if it's easy though, if no one wants to do it, they don't feel competent, or they just get they feel awkward or they just don't like handling medical situations well. I mean, is there a school liability if somebody isn't there or doesn't want to do it?
There's not liability for the school district for administering the medicine. This is really in the training that they put in place with the Epilepsy Foundation that they have. They show the school district how to do this. My daughter had children in her class that were, that it was just a simple fix that they needed to do. And this puts a plan in place so that the school district and the healthcare practitioner, that they know what is in place for them. So in school districts now already, through IEPs and different things like that, they have the capacity to do many of these things. So this really puts the process in place and makes sure that there's really clear doctor's instructions on this and doing this, and it helps us keep these kids in school, because a child should not have to be homeschooled because somebody refuses to do a simple administer of a medication.
Yeah, I'm seriously asking, if you have a small elementary school and none of the teachers or administrators feel they don't want to be the person that does this. They say it's fine, we like it, but I don't want to be the person responsible. What do you do? Is that school going to be held responsible? Or what happens with the school if they just don't have anybody that feels comfortable doing that? Well, you can't make everybody. You could go around the room and some people say it's fine if they do it, but I don't want to do this.
Well, this puts in a place that they will put a seizure action plan in place, because, schools are going to, this is something that the school needs to do to be able to educate this child. And there's many things in their IEPs and many things like that that they have to step up to do daily to educate many children, whether it be feeding tubes, whether it be a host of other medical issues.
Well, those are usually nurses that do those, and a lot of schools have nurses that do the feeding tubes and other things of that nature. But and I think it's the idea of helping. Certainly, we want kids to be in school. We want them to be trained. I'm just trying to figure out, if you don't have somebody that's doing it, or if the person that's assigned to do it's not at the school that day, or they're out on leave, what happens?
I think, Senator Hobson, we're thinking this is a much more rigorous task than, I think we're talking apples and oranges just a little bit right now. The Epilepsy Foundation has gone through what these processes look like, what the procedures are, and that's one of the things too that they've volunteered. They have actually volunteered to come in and do training across the state. They volunteered to put video with the Department of Education. The Department of Education has agreed to house them. We have kids that are not going to school right now because of people just saying, oh, we're not going to give that, we don't want to house that. You can't have a parent coming to, children need to be treated immediately when they are having these seizures. It is the nature of what schools deal with right now, and oftentimes too, the feeding tubes and those things are various just teachers that are doing this. Many of our school districts have school nurses on this. This is the process of educating children in this day.
Look, if the school nurses, I totally understand and agree. If you've got school nurses at your school, it's not going to be a problem. They're going to take care of it. But for the smaller schools, some of them don't have school nurses. And while I understand that there's procedures in place and it's a great idea, we all love it. But if you don't have an individual that's assigned, or if the individual assigned is not on campus at the time, I guess, is there any liability to the school?
We have put we have put a Good Samaritan clause in here for the school district, but Good
Samaritans, just if they don't do a good job treating the child, if they do something wrong, at least they get the liability exemption or immunity. But I'm just saying, if they don't have anybody available. So if the school has someone but they're not available, then it's just tough luck, I guess.
Well, I think it's tough luck for the child right now.
I don't mean tough luck in that sense. I'm just saying the school's not going to be responsible if they don't have somebody there. And
that's what the whole process of the bill is. There is a plan in place for each child. And just like you have other health impairment plans for children in their OHI plans, just like any of those things, there's procedures in when people aren't there, when people need to help out with these kids. And that's the process. And that's one of the main things that this does. It puts a plan in place so that we know if the teacher that had the training and it's not there, then there's other teachers for backup. And what it does is it has school districts. We have 1 in 5 children with some type of neurological issue right now, whether it's seizure or something else. This puts a plan in place. It gives training to the State Department of Education. They're providing it free of charge. This puts a plan in place. This is adopted in many, many other states right now. And this simplifies and puts what the procedure is in place.
Yeah, look, I get it, I understand, and we do want to help and protect these kids. I know also hear from a lot of teachers that say, I don't want to be responsible for being a nurse or a medical administrator. I don't want to be a doctor or nurse. I want to be a teacher. I don't understand. I'm afraid. I don't like this stuff. If you had that situation, hopefully in many schools you'll find a teacher that says, I'm glad to be the one, and I'll be on call or come out, do whatever I need to do. But it's a serious question that if you don't have, and especially in small schools where you don't have a nurse or you don't have people that feel comfortable around that, I just want to make sure that I don't know what happens then.
Senator Hobson, I've been in schools helping families with special needs throughout this state, from the very smallest to whatever. I don't know that I've ever been in a school district where people would say, their whole school district would say, and even these very small schools and these very small classrooms, what most of the time happens is they don't have training. And with the Epilepsy Foundation, with the Department of Education, we have closed that gap to make sure that there is training available for them. They have said that they will come out and do this free, but we've also, there will be webcasting and have these procedures in place to do this. So right now, I want to get kids that are not being able to go to school because people are fearful of this, because they don't understand the process and they don't understand the procedure, that we get these kids in school.
Well, I agree that, and I don't think any child should be missing school because they're prone to seizures, for sure. I just want to make sure that the procedures that are in place are implemented, and there are safeguards for those that are not able to do it or trying to do it the right way, that we have something where there's not going to be some liability to the person or the school or anybody else because something happened bad because there's been a restriction put on somebody or some school district. And I guess there's immunity for school districts too if they're not able to implement it, or the person that's there. Is that correct? Immunity for the districts beyond the tort claims immunity.
And quite frankly, that's the purpose of this legislation, is to put the protocols, put the procedures in place where you've got full information from the doctor, how everything is to be done, is to put those procedures in place. That's the purpose of the legislation here.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you a senator? Senator Norwood's recognized.
Thank you, Senator Boyd, and certainly we appreciate what you're doing, but I just have a couple of, friendly questions regarding the schools. How do you know how often the school update the child's medical records to make sure that this would be captured, and to make sure that the parents that would fall into this category, that they would receive the appropriate information and instruction?
So most of the school districts, so there's a process in place for many like health impairments and stuff like that. Most of these happen annually, but most parents with children with seizure, if there's anything that changes on that, they're going to update these plans immediately. And parents who have children with these disorders are very aggressive about making sure these plans are updated and that they know what needs to take place with this. So in section 39 through there, this goes through what the plan would be with this. It has to go through the prescribed dosage, the purpose of the medication, how it's administered, the frequency of that medication, and the circumstances of which that medicine should be administered. And the typical protocols, if a child has a seizure, in the school districts that do this, is this same protocol, talking to school nurses, and they immediately call the parent as well to let them know that there's been a particular issue.
So I guess the ominous, if you will, is just for us to work with, to make sure the school districts are familiar with, and that they basically make sure that the policy and procedures are followed, to make sure the parent understand and is able to, and would reduce the potentials of any liability there.
Absolutely, that's what this does. And most of the time, this plan is also going to accompany, most of the time, either a health plan or it's going to encompass an IEP, which also has kind of additional information on there. Because this is, children with seizure disorders can very possibly fit into the category of needing an IEP as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Ford.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
For you for a question, Senator. Senator Polk's recognized.
Thank you. 13 years ago when I ran for Senate, not knowing a whole lot about anything that we've done here in 13 years, the one thing I ran on was it's time for our teachers to teach, it's time for our administrators to administrate, and it's time for other professionals to take the responsibility of the things like this bill does. In 13 years, I probably voted for most of the things we've added to those responsibilities. When y'all were conferring on this bill, has any consideration been given to the fact that we are asking our teachers and our administrators to do the things that they're not necessarily trained to do and come up with a better plan of having professionals there that can handle all this myriad of issues?
Senator Polk, I have been a long proponent, way before I got into this legislature, of school nurses. I have helped work on grant programs for school nurses. I have been a huge advocate for trying to make sure that our schools had school nurses. So there have been many conversations about that we need school nurses. There also, you are on the Appropriations Committee, I am not. So it would be wonderful if every school district in this state and every school in this state had a school nurse. But the economic reality of that for some of our school districts, and hopefully with a new education plan that has better funding, that school districts will see the importance of hiring those school nurses. But but there are places where there are not school nurses in those buildings.
Senator Boyd, my question was, did y'all discuss the possibility of anything besides what you've just proposed?
Yes, there have been many proposals. This bill has been going on literally for 3 years now, and and the perfect solution would be that there was a school nurse that could take and do this in every school district in the state. We don't have a school nurse. Senator Polk,
but that's not in the bill. Y'all may have discussed it, but you did not put that in the bill.
No, sir.
Is it time we put that in the bill?
That we put a school nurse in every school in the state of Mississippi?
To let our teachers teach, yes.
Well, I will welcome that proposal next year. That comes with quite a price tag too. So
it does, but we're still taking away from the teaching responsibilities with all these other jobs that we're asking them to do, which I understand are important, but we need to let our professionals do what they do best.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. This is, I'm going to give you an analogy of this. Most of our children that have diabetes have insulin pumps. They have insulin things that require, especially when they're a young age, most of the families have situations, they have a pump that does it themselves. This is a disability with the epilepsy that they are not able to pump them themselves. Our classroom teachers, unfortunately, and I don't disagree with you, already are dealing with a host of different issues. And what this bill does, back to it, it allows them to administer the medicine. And it is, if you haven't had a child in a classroom, or maybe you have, when somebody has a seizure, it is something that is very upsetting to everyone around it. And so to be able to administer this medicine quickly, get that seizure under control, is something that benefits the child and it benefits the other children in the classroom as well.
Senator Boyd, I didn't question should we do this. My question was, are we doing it the right way? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a follow-up question.
You, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
To what Senator Hobson and I were discussing, I'm looking at the bill and it says each school board shall have at least one school employee at each school who has met the training requirements necessary. So it's a mandate with shall, but it says at least one, but it doesn't say two. So I have a concern that if this employee is not at school and the child has a seizure and there's not another person that's trained there, that you would be opening up the school for liability because the school's supposed to have a plan in place. But the only liability protection I see is when the medicine is administered. But I'm concerned about the fact if that person's not at school and nobody's there to do it, then the school may be at liability for that because it says at least one, but it doesn't say for sure two. So I mean, I agree with the concept. I'm just concerned about how it's written. So would you think that it might need a little bit more work to maybe add the fact that we would have two or more, or that we would take some of these weighted measures that we did for special needs students and say that the schools have to hire a nurse? Because we can give them all the money in the world, but we can't, unless we tell them, they may not use that money for a nurse. So I have that concern too.
Senator Hill, I think both of the points that y'all bring up about the need for school nurses is absolutely an excellent point. I'm a huge advocate for school nurses, and hopefully when we get these reports on how this money is being spent on this new funding formula, we can look and we can address to see if we have used this to hire the school nurses through that extra weight that you're talking about, because I think you all bring up very important points.
So my real concern, my immediate concern is if a child has a seizure at school and this trained person is not there, what's the parent going to do? Are they going to sue the school because the person wasn't there? That's my concern, because that's looks like it's up in the air in this bill. So I don't see any recourse if that person's not there. Is there any recourse if that person's not at school and that child has a seizure?
I think Section 3 of the bill covers that. I feel like that, and I'm going to feel like schools are going to use a little bit of common sense because I think they have to use an abundance of it. This makes sure that there is a trained person, and if a parent, I'm going to tell you, having had a parent that had health, as a parent of somebody who had a child with health issues, you make sure that multiple people are trained. And when they do this whole process, it says in substantial compliance with the student's individual health plan. And a student is going to have a separate health plan. That health plan, when you have that health plan, it usually covers, and that's a whole separate document that the Department of Ed has. It has multiple people lined up on this.
But the bill doesn't say, the bill only says at least one, so that's my concern.
This bill is in compliance. This bill also operates not in a vacuum by itself, but it operates with all the other requirements from the State Department of Education and the student's health plan.
Well, I'm just going back thinking about laws that we passed that really didn't have any consequences to them, like the cursive writing bill that we put into law in 2017. They're not following that. So how do I know that because the bill doesn't say more than one, that they're going to train more than one? That's just my concern. Thank you for entertaining my questions.
Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. Thank you, Madam Chairman. But what has been discussed, Senator Polk and the senator discussed, did we have a nurse for these complaints of diseases in every school district, each of the 140 plus school districts? Do we have a school nurse in each district right now, which according to Ms. Senator Hill is required by state law? Have we met that requirement?
Senator Jordan, I don't think Senator Hills, there is not a law that requires a school nurse in every school district.
But we need one, don't we?
Senator Jordan, I don't disagree with you that we need a school nurse in every school district.
Well, then, that should be a bill that maybe I should introduce or someone else should introduce to get that done. Because some of it points right back at us. And we don't want to try to put something out, take care of a situation out there when the resources would have to come from us, from the appropriation and whatever else that funded schools. That ought to be part of the process, number one. Wouldn't you think so?
Senator Jordan, you've been here a long time. I'm going to listen to you on this.
I may be sounding like this my first year, but I look at who the finger's going to be pointing at. So let's work on getting a bill that every school district, every school district certainly must or shall, whatever emphasis we can put on that word, have a school nurse. That's basic. Wouldn't you think so?
Senator Jordan, I would love for you and Senator Polk to work on that together. So I think that would be great. So,
well, that I have no problem with that. Talk with Senator Polk. I work with anybody to do what is necessary to help the students with these
Senator
complaints.
Jordan, in the meantime that we don't have school nurses, this is a bill that sets up the policies and the procedures to help these kids that have these seizure disorders. There's training with the Department of Education, and we can get these kids back in school.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's time to get them back in school.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to say, and I'm finished, resources are what everything we have uttered or said here, resources are needed for these complaints. That's all I'm saying. Great. So let's do the basic of the first thing. Let's put the resources there and make it available and then require and demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Fillingane?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question?
Yes.
Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Chairman. Isn't it true that when a child is having a seizure, it's a very time-sensitive issue, that the longer you wait, even seconds count, that the child can die even if he or she has not administered the rescue drugs that you're referencing in this bill?
Yes, Senator Fillingane, thank you for that. And as I brought up earlier, it is very important that you be able to do that immediately. That's why some of these parents have had to homeschool when they didn't want to homeschool because the school district would refuse to, and literally it's sniffing under the tongue. There's like so many very non-invasive, you don't have to give needles or shots or anything like that. These are very, very easy to administer protocols, that they have a plan in place. And we've made this is a straightforward piece of legislation to help these. You have parents then, and there's a whole ancillary effect to this, is if the child is seizing, the parent then has to leave their work, go to the school district, and time is critical in that. So they have to call ambulances, they have to do this, and the child is still seizing. This is like a Band-Aid that you put in place that stops that seizure immediately. And this is a easy solution. It lines out these protocols for school districts, and it gets these children back in school, and we're providing the training for doing it.
And are we talking about nasal spray, essentially? In the olden days, you would have to give shots in very sensitive places on the body. It would be very invasive. You would need lots of training. You would need to be a nurse or a doctor, in fact, or a very highly trained parent to administer those old drugs. But with modern technology in the medical field, and you're a parent of young children, I have young children, if my child is seizing in the classroom at the school, I would hope that somebody in that classroom would be willing to stick a nasal spray in his nose and mash the button and save that child's life, or at least saving them from having a major seizure, a grand mal that could cause them irreparable brain injuries. Don't you think that would be the case?
I thought so when we presented this bill here today. It is a very simple solution to do this, stop this, and if you've watched anybody seize, it's very dramatic and traumatic for those that are watching it. This allows the teacher or whoever's trained to immediately do this, stop that, and help that child immediately.
And there's nothing in this bill, correct me if I'm wrong, that requires any sort of liability or places any liability on a teacher or administrator or school district. So instead of looking at why we shouldn't help these kids that are seizing the classroom, perhaps we should look at the benefits of trying to save that child by allowing this good piece of legislation to come before us and pass. And I very much thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Senator Fillingay.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator
Again.
Boyd, you yield. Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Boyd, you said something in response to one of Senator Hill's questions about the Section 3, and it says in Section 3 that the employee would be immune from liability if they're in substantial compliance with the individual health plan, and you know what that is because you're familiar, and I do too because I do schoolwork, and the instructions of a licensed healthcare professional. So what if the employee that's trying to help out is not following, they're not immune from liability or criminal prosecution if they don't follow the licensed healthcare professional's instructions or the IEP, if they've got an IEP or an individualized health plan. And if it's a teacher, let's just say it's a second grade teacher, they're not a SPED teacher, they're probably not going to know every kid's individualized health plan in the district. So if they do something wrong in the administration of the medication or they don't treat it right, would they be? It appears they could be criminally or civilly liable, or are they supposed to know every child's individualized health plan?
Well, most of them always know each child's individualized health care plan. The people that are doing it, they have that responsibility.
The whole school?
Of the ones, like if you have, there's not a huge number of children in each school district in each school that have a individualized health care plan. But I'll also say, it says an agent acting in good faith and in substantial compliance. So if they are acting in good faith and in substantial compliance of this, and the protocols for the epilepsy medication, again, that we're talking about, that Senator Fillingay mentioned, there's general standard protocols for those medications. So so they will know and have this, and also too, they store it usually in a centralized location, and that location usually has the information of that individualized child's plan. Just like if you were at a hospital and they were administering a particular drug, you have that information that's listed right there.
Well, my experience, again, representing school districts for many years, is that it's usually the SPED teacher or maybe the administrator that would have that. Most of the teachers are not going to know, and especially the kids that are not in their classroom, they're not going to have any idea about what their individualized health care plan is or what the licensed healthcare professional says the way this child needs to be treated. Look, this is technical stuff. It seems to me that you could change the language in Section 3 that if they're acting in good faith in the administering of the seizure, anti-seizure medication, that's it. But I don't know if you are adding an extra burden to them to know what the individualized health plan is, one, and the licensed healthcare professional's advice. So you're putting increased burdens on the teacher or the person that's going to provide that. Would it be better to take that language out and just say that they're acting in substantial compliance with the administration of the epileptic drug or the seizure drug, and not require them to know what each child's health care or individualized health plan is?
I think knowledge is power. And if you go back to Section 2 that has their health care plan, when you have a child with a health care plan, all those teachers know what those health care plans are.
But I wouldn't disagree with that. I would disagree that every teacher in the district would know what the...
Not every teacher in the district.
Or in the school,
Every teacher that has that child will know what that health... If they have access to the seizure medication, they will know what that child's health care plan is.
What if I'm a sixth grade teacher and this child's in the first grade and I have no idea what that child's individualized health plan, and the child's having a seizure, so the teacher from the sixth grade has got to run down the hallway and find the kid in the first grade. If one employee in the district is going to do this, and I'm the 6th grade teacher at that school, and a child in the 1st grade's having a seizure, I bet you that the 6th grade teacher's not going to know what that child's health plan is, or not going to know that. And if they do something wrong or they provide it wrong, it seems to me the language is saying they could be criminally and or civilly liable for doing it incorrectly or doing something wrong in the treatment of that child. I mean, could we tweak that language to try to take out the, because again, I think a lot of teachers would be concerned that if I'm the one having to do this, I'm going to have to know every child's health plan and every child's licensed healthcare professional advice for that student in the entire school.
Senator Hobson, I don't agree with you legally on that. This is where lawyers differ sometimes, and having been a parent in that situation and having done professionally a ton of these health plans, but I will recommit this bill and address that particular issue. I don't agree with you, but I'll be happy to recommit the bill and try to address it, because I want to get kids help and I want to get them back in school who are presently right now not able to go to school.
I want that too. I just want us to put the best bill forward that provides the seizure medication for the kids, and it provides the proper protocols for the teachers in the district, and they're not subjecting them to things that they're not prepared to handle. But I do appreciate your work on this, Senator. I'm not trying to be difficult on it, but I think words and phrases matter in the bill, and why not make it as good as it can be if we're taking this up. I thank you for your time.
No further questions, Senator. We're ready for your motion.
The chairman has said we are not going to recommit, so I move to adopt by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present, I'm sorry. Turner Ford, you are no. Senator Hill? Present. Turner Ford, Hill, present. Chisholm, no. Hobson, present. Polk, present. Polk, present. Simmons, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of morning roll call with the items, individuals voting present and no. All right, we know we're on deadline, so 149, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 765, Mississippi Critical Teacher Shortage Act, extend repeal or on.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain the conference report.
Senator Parker, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 765 does a few things. You'll remember from this body, we passed unanimously two portions of this. The Critical Shortage Teacher Act of 1998 was just on repealer. We're extending that provision. That's in sections 1 through 8 of the bill. Section 9 of the bill is the William Winter Loan Repayment Program. We're extending the repealer on that portion, and we're extending it to some additional awards if the fund has some availability. Both of those are critical in getting teachers into our areas of the state that are more impoverished and in more need of teacher assistance. The new things in here, which are not really new things, this does include our retired teacher bill that many of us have worked so hard on this session. That starts in section 10. And as you'll remember, I think I've presented this bill 2 times during the session. This will allow a retired teacher who has worked 30 years to go back to teach for an additional 5 years, or if a teacher at this time had retired after 25 years, they are grandfathered in, and that 25 years of service will allow them to return. During this 5 years of service, they will be eligible to receive up to 125% of their average salary at the time of retirement. And you'll recall half of that would go to the teacher and half would go to the PERS system. This would allow the teacher to continue to receive their retirement, get this extra income, And as we detailed before, it would actually give an extra little boost to the PERS system, which is something we have worked very hard on this session as well. The House also wanted in Section 14 to include a small provision dealing with vehicles that are used to transport kids to and from school functions. That's existing statute, but they wanted to allow a bus or a van that has seating for less than 16 students to be used to transport, say, golf or sports kids to, a smaller meet without having to have a special license for the driver and take the large school bus there. So that was the addition we added to it. I, again, believe most of the bill we've seen before. I want to thank everyone in this body for your hard work and attention to the retired teacher student portion of this bill. I really do think that this will be a way that we can find that our superintendents can get some more teachers back into the classroom. As you will recall on that portion of the bill, that is only in areas of the state that have shortage needs or subject matter needs that need to be filled. I've personally heard from superintendents since we've moved that legislation that have kept asking, are we going to get that bill? Are we going to get that bill? And with your help today, I'm hopeful that we are going to get that bill. So that's as always, a long explanation. I yield for any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
If there are none, I move adoption of the conference report by the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Procedure, which record vote no. President? Seeing none, bill passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Fillingame. Pass and retain. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Turner Ford. Senator Wiggins. Senator Boyd. Senator Fillingame. Are you past 156, sir?
Mr. President, I would move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 147, House Bill number 292.
We're going back. Senate 147. Motion to suspend. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to get the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 292, DUI suspension, clarify how the 120 days are counted.
The motion is to recommit the bill for further conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill's recommitted. Thank you.
I move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 158, House Bill number 1253.
One moment. Senator, we haven't reached that on the calendar. 1 second. Senator Whaley, I may be able to get there. Yeah, Senator Whaley was before you, sir. On 156, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 156, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1208, hunting and fishing on lands of others, revised provisions related to and provide penalties for.
I'd like to recognize Senator Seizure to explain the
Senator Seizure, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. This is a trespassing bill that we've passed this body numerous times. There are just a few changes. Section 2, the fines are increased from not less than $500 to not more than $1,000 on the first conviction. On a second conviction and subsequent, the fees or the fines are $1,000, no more than $1,500. Any person convicted of a second or subsequent offense can lose their hunting fishing rights for privilege for a year with a $500 reinstatement fee. And anyone found in possession of any animals, birds, fish, or other parts thereof, a law enforcement officer can seize those items. And the biggest change we have is in Section 5, where we put restitution in there instead of an administrative fee. It's now restitution to the landowner with a cap of $1,500. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You here for a
President.
question, Senator?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line 32, when you're given the definition of animals, birds, fish, when we're talking about private property, the fish is actually personal property of the landowner. And on line 35, it's stating that law enforcement officers and disposed of by the department. I don't think they have jurisdiction to take my fish or whatever and dispose of them when they're my personal property as the landowner.
Well, if you're...
Animals, I can understand. They're property of the state, but not the fish in your pond.
Well, this is, let's say, trespassing. So if you're on someone else's property and you're fishing and you're caught with those fish on someone else's property, then they can seize those at that point.
I guess I'm not, say if you stole my vehicle and they catch you, it doesn't give law enforcement the right to dispose of my vehicle. You understand what I'm getting at?
Well, you know, if you caught the fish on someone else's property and you leave and you're, as you said, in your vehicle leaving and they chase you down.
Well, I mean, the landowner, the property owner needs to have the consent of if it's going to be disposed of. I don't think it's legal for the.
Well, and I think that's the point. That's the point of the restitution, because you know, fish isn't going to probably last very long in the back of a truck or in your vehicle. So I mean, that's the reason there's a restitution. And I think the restitution could be the fish; they could be returned. That would satisfy the restitution, as in any other kind of criminal case. Of if it's a larceny and someone steals some property, they can return the property, or if that property is unable to be returned, then there would be a fee assessed, whatever the restitution would be for that item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose? Senator Hickman, are you good?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Suber?
I do.
Senator Hickman, recognized.
Senator, does this bill change anything as far as the criminal penalties as it relates to this provision?
I don't understand exactly what you're asking.
I see the criminal code cited here, so what changes did we make to the criminal code as far as this provision is concerned?
So in Section 2, I had referenced, in the Senate version, we had referenced another code section just relating as far as to the penalties. In this version, they wanted higher fines than what is actually in that other section that we had.
So they increased, that's what happened in the criminal part, they increased the penalties.
Ours was, I think, $250, no less than $250, no more than $500. And in conference, the House version had higher fines, so we went with theirs.
And 97-1785 was always referenced in the bill, or is that an added code section?
And Section 2? It was in the House version of their bill. It was not in our version, but it was in the House version.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a follow-up question.
You yield, Senator Suber?
Yes, I do.
I guess my question would be similar to Senator Seymour's. Why would we have them dispose of the animals rather than give them back to the owner? I mean, because it doesn't give them the opportunity to give them back to the owner. It says they shall be seized by law enforcement and disposed of by the department. So they basically got to take it and dispose of it rather than give it back to the owner.
Well, kind of the similar response I had earlier. If you have a fish or something of that nature, I mean, it's probably going to spoil pretty quickly.
Unless you catch them in the act.
Well, if you catch them in the act, that's why. And it also says under its discretion. We did leave that language in there on line 32. Says or under its discretion.
By the department or under its discretion, but that doesn't disqualify the shall be seized and destroyed. That's or under its discretion, that says by the department or under its discretion, but I don't think that negates the part that says it shall be seized by law enforcement and disposed of by the department. But maybe that's written a little ambiguous, but thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move for adoption of the, on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present? Hickman, no. Norwood, no. Horn, no. Butler, no. Simmons, S, no. Jordan, no. Jackson, no. Thomas, no. Frazier, no. Brumfield, no. Blunt, no. Simmons, D, no. Anyone else? Present? Turner Ford, present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you very much. Senator Barr, you recognize. Pass and retain. Senator Fillingane, now we're back up. Pardon me? You want to go back? Okay. If you go proceed, and then Senator Fillingane will get his. His is just to recommit. Senator Johnson, you want to do yours, and then Senator Fillingane's up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 118, House Bill 1190.
118, Senate, House Bill 1190. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
118. House Bill 1190, alcoholic beverage, revised definition of qualified resort area under the local alcoholic beverage control law.
Ask that, or my motion is that we recommit this bill for further consideration.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Thank you.
The ayes have it. Senator Fillingane, now we're back to you. Back on the calendar.
Hey, Mr. President, let's get item 158 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate House Bill number 1253, post-conviction collateral relief, requires certain petitions to obtain Supreme Court permission before filing in trial court.
The motion is to recommit the bill for further conference.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Page 21, Senate. Senator Michelle, pass and retain. Senator Fillingane, 161, pass and retain. Senator Polk. Senator Polk is recognized. Senate, we're on 162.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 162, as the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1408, residential roofing contractors, revised requirements on insurance benefits roofing repair Consumer Protection Act.
Mr. President, my motion will be that we adopt the conference report. I'd like you to recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1408 is the residential roofing bill, and I appreciate the questions and the floor action that we had 2 or 3 weeks ago. A lot of good questions were brought up. So in conference, I came to a lot of you, and we had discussions, and I think that this conference report should be responsive to the questions that you raised. So I'll go through the changes. There are really just 3 changes. The first is that we took the 5-day period under current law for contract cancellation, and we put that back to 3 days. We just went back to the current law because in conference, in discussions and research, I determined that there could be some unintended consequences to this. So we're back to current law. We can continue to study that out of session and determine if that change is warranted. Then if you look at line 104, we included language, and this is to deal with the relationship with the homeowner and the roofing contractor if there is an event of loss there. We added the words, until a claim has been filed on line 104. This is just to clarify that once the homeowner has filed the claim, then the contractor may negotiate, communicate, whatever they need to do to help represent that homeowner in the claim process. And that was certainly the original intent of the bill, but again, I appreciate the questions that some of the inconsistencies in the language to my attention, and I think that the clarifying language here adds a lot to the bill. Then on line 93, I believe Senator Sparks and I kind of worked some of this language out. We added the language prior to a contract being executed for repairs. And what this does is it clarifies that when a contract is signed for services, that contractor include a statement for repairs that lays out what repairs are under the insurance policy covered, and then what repairs that the homeowner may desire that are not covered. So that homeowner is very clear on the front end of what the cost will be to them. So those are the changes that were brought about by the conference report, and I'm happy to yield for questions at this time.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed.
So that roofing contractor is going to have to read every client's insurance policy to see what they cover and see what they don't, if they've got to write it out and separate it out?
No, ma'am. I think that the way it'll work under this bill is the way that it works right now. Most of those policies are extremely uniform under the property and casualty coverage for the homeowners, and so I think that they come in there with a lot of knowledge of what's covered and what's not. I don't know of any situation where a roofing contractor has to sit down and read a homeowner's insurance policy.
Well, I just don't know that we can take for granted that they know what's covered and what's not covered on somebody's policy. That's the only thing that kind of concerns me on that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Seeing no further questions, Senator Brandon, we're ready to proceed.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Code is voted no. Chisholm, no. Hill, no. England, no. Parker, present. McMahon, present. Anyone else? Seymour, present. Okay, no votes recorded, and the presence recorded. The bill passes. Senator Fillingane? Pass and retain. Senator DeBar? Senate Bill 164.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1450, Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, authorize interest for purpose of facilitating mobility of teachers married to service members.
Thank you, Mr. President. In my motion, we do adopt a conference report and I be recognized to explain.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is as the title says, the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. This allows spouses of active duty military who move to this state to allow them to receive a teaching license in our state so long as it's unencumbered and there's no issues. This would allow us to join the compact with the other states that are involved in the compact. The conference report is as we have passed previously, which limits the liability of the state and the other changes that we made when we passed it out of the Education Committee and off this floor. So with that, I'll answer any questions if there are any. If none, I'll move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Okay, questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Fillingane? Senator Fillingane, we're on, let's see, you passed and retained. It'd be Senator Wiggins, I'm sorry. Senator Wiggins, you're up. 165, Senate.
Ask that we skip and retain item 165, go to item 166, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1624, Court-Appointed Special Advocate CASA Program, creates state associate and standardized operations of local program.
Mr. President, my motion will be that we adopt the conference report and I be allowed to explain.
Please explain, Senator.
Thank you. This is the bill that deals with court-appointed special advocates. Was brought to us by the CASA organizations throughout the state. The main difference or the difference between the conference report and where the bill was we took out the cost factors. There were some questions about how much it was going to cost and the funding, and so we took that out in the conference report. And in general, as I had said when we first passed this, that it was to set up the organization so that all our CASA programs can, in essence, be unified. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Please proceed, Senator.
Is it still voluntary for each
Yes.
county?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I look down there and it looks like it says the association pays any cost for clerical and whatever. That might be original language in the bill.
I'm sorry, what?
I guess it's original language in the bill that says that the association would pay for any clerical or whatever costs for
that wasn't
employee.
changed. That wasn't changed.
Yeah, that's original.
Yeah.
So what's the main change from?
The taking out the cost side. There was about funding mechanisms and how it was going to be funded, who was going to do that. And
So it basically just goes back to how it was.
yeah, and talking to appropriations, we were concerned about that, and so in agreement between the House and the Senate, we took that out. And in a lot of the CASA programs, you know, they are individual in nature, and so this is kind of bringing an organization to that.
But it still leaves it up to the judge as to
Yes.
whether or not they can come into a county.
Correct. And any CASA is voluntary.
Right.
The judge, it's up to the judge whether they even want a CASA on board. CASA is used very well in youth courts and things like that.
I like it. I just don't understand why some judges don't want it. I think it brings another set of eyes that are maybe unbiased and not connected with some of the people that work in some of these cases, because you know they're all connected some way. So I think CASA is a good thing, but I appreciate it.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Senator, you're ready.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Adopt the conference report on the morning roll call. Is anyone object to the procedure? Recorder is voting no. Present. Please proceed, Senator. The bill passes.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go back to item 154. Call that up, ask the title be read.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We're on 154, Senate.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
37, opioid antagonist, authorized community organization to receive and administer.
My motion will be that we adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is essentially, this is the bill that updated the law that we passed a couple years ago dealing with the naloxone and the overdoses. This is simply allowing the community organizations, expanding the definition and help us cut that down. So in the House, it had some language in there, and we just tightened up the language, took out some of the stuff that they had put in there, and so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Would you respond, would you take the question?
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Hill's recognized.
Could you give me like an example of a community organization, or what a high-risk opioid overdose touch point would be? Because I'm just not familiar with this terminology.
Yeah, so, I mean, in different areas of the state, there's nonprofits that are focused on this, and so this has been, if you remember, when we passed this law, it was to specifically to pharmacy law enforcement. Mm-hmm. And there are community organizations that their mission is to address that, and only with proper supervision is it allowed this medicine to be given to them for them to distribute. I don't have a specific name, but down in my way, I think there's like community mental health centers, things like that.
I would think community mental health centers could do it anyway. I mean, they can prescribe medications.
And that's probably a bad example. We're trying to get to more nonprofits.
So
and
maybe
things like
soup kitchens or different things like that. That's only, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what this does.
that. Yeah, so if you look at the
And
line.
the last thing I want is, you know, people out there on the street, you know, doing this and in clusters and you wind up with some of the stuff that you see going on in other cities. That's just my concern. I mean, I just don't want to see a street community to where you got a bunch of people who are addicted, and then, you know, you've got this community organization out there, you know, administering these drugs. I mean, surely I want them to save their life, but I'm just thinking about this scenario in which this could take place.
No, I think you're right, but if you look at the original, the current law, line 84, I mean, back in the current law, it said experiencing opioid-related overdose, registered pain management clinic, family member, friend, or person, and so we've simply added community organization to get us out there. As far as what the definition is, it says may include organizations that participate in social work related to the organized development of community social welfare, coordination with public and private entities. And so it's trying to get it into those organizations, and it's been working, and so we're trying to spread that. But you're right, your concern is exactly right, but it has to be done with supervision.
Yeah, that's my thing is, you know, you give these community organizations that we don't even know what they are, as long as they're quote a community organization, the authority to do this, and then you don't really know what it's going to look like. That's just my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at opioid antagonists. You have authorized groups out there that are getting those people who are been exposed to opioids.
I don't understand. Say that again.
These organizations, they're opioid antagonists, which mean they are against the opioids that are out there illegal. How do they serve the community? What do they do?
Well, they're like I said, the definition that participate in social work and related to the organized development of community social welfare through coordination of public and private agencies. I'm going to use I'm not saying this is one, but I'm going to give you an example. United Way down where I'm at. They coordinate nonprofits, they do that. And so it's in the health-related community, in the health-related space.
So opioid is a big problem in this state, will you agree?
Oh, yes. That's why we have this bill. That's why we passed the law, I guess it was last year, 2 years ago. And that's why we're trying to bring this back and make it even better.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Recorder is voting no. Present Hill. Present Turner Ford. Anyone else? Present Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Presence noted. Senator DeBar. You're recognized. You're second.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion, we suspend the rules to take up item 157.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on 157.
Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1229, Equal Opportunity for Students with Special Needs Act, extend repealer on educational scholarship accounts, ESA.
My motion is that we recommit the bill or the report for further study.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 80 on today's calendar.
80 is on page 10, Senate. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 80.
80?
Okay.
SB 3020, sir.
Senate Bill number 3020, Appropriation, Public Safety Department of.
Mr. President, my motion is that we recommit the bill for further study.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Everybody knows what our deadline is, but we also need to finish the conference reports. Please work hard, and our appropriations people are working on their bills. So we want to give them time to do that. Senator Sparks, do you have anything? We're fixing to recess for lunch. Okay. All right. So please pay attention to your conference reports and get those in, and we'll be doing a lot of appropriations, et cetera, this afternoon. Senator Polk, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 3 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
ask for, to suspend the rules and go back to item number 151, House Bill 1025, and ask that the title be read.
One moment, please. 151, Mr. Clerk. Just a second. Okay. 151 on page 19, Senate. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator. Mr. Clerk, please read the...
House Bill number 1025, Department of Corrections, eliminate Executive Deputy Commissioner from...
My motion is that we recommit this bill.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Bill's been recommitted. One moment, please. Okay. We're back on page 21, starting with Senator Fillingham. Pass and retain. Senator Barr. Senator Barr, we're on 21, sir. Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. All right, moving right along here. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I start on the rules, I would like to have unanimous consent to change on HCR 64. The House has already done this. Just change the time from 12 o'clock to 11:59. That's the only change.
Unanimous consent requested. Granted. Thank you, Senator. Unanimous consent is granted. I see no objection. Please proceed.
Thank you. Now, Mr. President, I'd like to bring up the rules calendar, item 1 through... Do what? I did suspend it. Yeah, I did suspend it.
Yeah, he did.
That's done.
Yeah, suspended the rules, and then we had a unanimous consent, and now we're back to number 1, I think.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. To start over, yeah. Suspend the rules, go back to have the rules calendar items 1 through 8.
That's correct.
In block.
Well, first, suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, now we're at 1 through 8, Senate. I'll give you one moment to read the 8 different ones. Okay, Senator Kirby.
Okay, ask the title be read,
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles, number 1 through 8, page 1.
Senate Resolution number 119, recognize 50th anniversary of Scout Troop 416 in Brandon, Mississippi. Senate Resolution number 120, congratulate the Hernando High School Marching Tigers Band for winning the 2023 Class 6A Marching Band Championship. Senate Resolution number 121, commend Hernando High School Tigers Boys Soccer Team for winning 2024 MHSAA Class 7A State Championship. Senate Resolution number 122, commend Lake Cormorant High School Gators Boys Powerlifting Team for 6A Championship. Senate Resolution number 123, commend Lake Cormorant High School Lady Gators Powerlifting Team for winning 6A State Championship. Senate Resolution number 124, congratulate Viking Range for receiving the 2024 Best of KBIS Style Statement Silver Award in Las Vegas. Senate Resolution number 125, commend Wilton Neal of Carrollton as Mississippi's longest-serving tax assessor collector. Senate Resolution number 126, commend Lafayette High School Commodores tennis team for winning 4th consecutive 5A state championship.
Make use of motion, Mr. President.
Make sure you use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you can see, these are all commending resolutions. Passed by the Rules Committee, all very deserving. If no questions, ask for use of on roll call, final passage.
Questions? Seeing none. I'm sorry, Senator Blunt, you have a question on this? Okay. Seeing none, all use of the morning roll calls and request anybody object to that procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. All bill pass in block.
Thank you, Mr.
According to the morning roll calls. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Now, I want to get back on the calendar, Senate. Senator Hobson has a couple of ones he'd like to bring up for one moment, please. Then we'll get back on the calendar. You have 20 or 25? Let's go. We got to get them sooner or later. I'm sorry, Senator Hobson has informed me that we'll have about 20 or 25 of these, so we got to do them sooner or later. We might as well get started. Senator Hobson, then we'll come back and pick up with Senator Bryan. I'm sorry, Senator Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. As moved that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 16 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Item 16, Mr. Clerk.
I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1777, Appropriation, Engineers and Land Surveyors Board of Registration for Professional.
Before I move to adopt the conference report, since we're starting to take up appropriations bills, and just give a general overview about where we are in the process. Today, I will be taking up mainly special funds. I may have one or two general fund budgets in here, but they're not ones that are going to be real complicated. We've got a lot of special funds agencies. There'll be a few special funds that we probably haven't gotten to today. Generally speaking, we've got a couple items that are still out that we haven't resolved. As you know, we've got one or two big general bills that are out that could affect the budget. But the budget's going to be a little bit north of $7 billion, which includes the $200 and some odd million education plan. I don't remember that exact amount. I think it will reflect about, excluding that, it would reflect about a 2.6 or 2.7 increase in spending, which is a good bit below the inflation rate, but still it's something that, in light of the fact that we've got a lot of agencies that purchase commodities, that buy gas and fuel, that have to pay certainly salaries and things of that nature. Our health insurance has gone up in Mississippi. That's one of the factors here. We're going to have a PERS increase that I'm going to talk about too. But all those things were considered in the budget, and tomorrow when we get into more of the general bills, you'll see some of the specific things that may have had pretty good jumps, and I'll be able to explain why they were bumped up because of certain needs within their agencies. What you will see in all of the bills is a 2% salary progression unless otherwise noted. So every agency that you will see will have a 2% salary progression, which means, especially for the new folks, that means that the money that will be in the budget will be 2% for each employee they have in the agency. However, it gives the executive director or the head of that agency the ability to utilize their funds. If they have some what I call superstar employees, they feel like they need to get a bigger bump and they fall within the SEC square range, they can give those employees a bigger bump. Some may get a lower bump or no bump depending on how they're performing. And we still have our SEC squared plan in place, which limits you can't get below the minimum, certainly can't get above the maximum amount, and you can't get more than a 10% on any one employee. 7% next year, Corbin's reminding me. Now, there is a health insurance in each of these budgets. The health insurance payments are built into this, and as I said, the PERS increase, we voted on a 0.5% increase in PERS. That's built in for the budgets too. And the vacancy rates is the same as we've used at least the last year or two. I know last year, but I think maybe 2 years, which depending on the size of the agency will depend on how many vacancies they have available to fill. And I will yield for questions now, or certainly I could probably better as we get into the particular bills. But the first one you have before us that the title's been read on is the Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors. The final action on this, and again, all special funds, no general funds in these bills, that's $1,077,245. It does include additional funding outside of the things that I've mentioned for a digital storage system and promotional efforts, and other item, which is the engineer surveyor grants that they fund to the colleges that we have done in the past. That's an explanation of the bill. I will yield for questions, Mr. President.
Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please, Mr. President.
You for question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Michelle's recognized.
Thank you. Senator Hobson, my question is on the general comments that you made. I wasn't quick enough at the draw. You mentioned a couple of different times that the health insurance increased and it's built in. Did that turn out to be about 5% on every agency budget?
I don't remember the exact percentage. Let me see if Corbin knows. About 5%, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Other questions on Bill item 16177?
If no other questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Hobson.
Next bill on the calendar, I ask that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 20 on today's calendar.
Suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we are on 20-1782.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Branning to explain.
We need to read the title first.
I'm sorry. Please have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1782, Appropriation, Port Authority, State.
Senator Branning, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The final action of on this budget is going to be $68,428,304 on this, and the changes includes $8,900 increase in salaries that they requested, actually for their health insurance premium increase, 5% PERS increase, and there was some vacancy funding that was restored to this budget. Happy to yield for questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Final passage on the morning roll call, please.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 22 on today's calendar.
Item 22. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1784, Appropriation, Oil and Gas Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator McCon to explain.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our Oil and Gas Board budget. We do have a few increases in here. Of note, you've heard about insurance premiums. You've heard about a little bit on the PERS. But the biggest change in here that I want to note for everybody is we're doing some increase of contractual services in this, and that's for some emergency plugging of some orphan wells. If you know, around the state we have some orphan wells. We're doing what we can to try to encourage them to get that in place. Final action, though, is going to be 4.987969. Mr. President, I will entertain questions on that. If there's no other questions on that, I would suggest the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Well, this is the conference committee.
That's right. Seeing.
Any questions?
No, seeing no questions. Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? No. Present?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you, Senator McCon. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 23 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Senator?
Thank you. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1785, Appropriation, Pat Harrison Waterway District.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the budget for the Pat Harrison Waterway District is $8,055,463. This includes an increase for health insurance premiums as well as the PERS increase and some contractual services they needed for the agency. Happy to yield for questions on this budget.
Questions on the budget and on the bill, conference report? Seeing none.
The motion is adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for suspension of the rules for immediate consideration of item 24 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
The title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1786, Appropriation, Pearl River Valley Water Supply District.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the budget for the Pearl River Valley Water Supply District is $25,191,367. That includes increases for their health insurance, PERS, and some spending authority that they requested for the construction of a new office building and equipment for dredging. Happy to yield for questions on this budget.
Questions on the bill? On the budget? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
The motion is adoption on the morning roll call.
Use some more roll calls. Been requested. Anyone object? Opposed, voting no. Present? Seeing none. Bill passes by use of more roll call. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules for immediate consideration of item 28 on today's calendar.
28, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1790, Appropriation, Tongue-Bigby River Valley Water Management District.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on this is $9,078,819. That includes increases for the health insurance, PERS, restoration of some vacancy funding, as well as $350,000 increase for equipment for road machinery and some other equipment for the county building projects that they requested. Happy to yield for questions. Otherwise, the motion is final adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Final adoption on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
Move for immediate consideration of suspension of the rules. For immediate consideration of item 29 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1791, Appropriation, Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, Department of.
I move that we recommit for further conference and study.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill is recommitted. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a suspension of the rules for immediate consideration of item 30 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1792, Appropriation, Yellow Creek State Inland Port Authority.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for the Yellow Creek State Inland Port Authority is $28,692,399. That includes increases for health insurance, PERS, some vacancy funding that they requested, as well as some spending authority for various projects there at the port. Happy to answer questions. Otherwise, the motion is adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Adoption by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Cards voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 33 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1795, Appropriation, Cosmetology Board of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for the Board of Cosmetology and Barbering is $1,454,080.
We go back. Let me show you where we go back to.
The budget includes progressions for salary increases, health insurance cost. And I will yield for any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none,
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Record as voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Kirby, this is where you go back to.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 39 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules, go to item 39, House Bill 1801. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator
Thank
Hobson.
you. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1801, Appropriation Medical Licensure Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Medical Licensure Board has a final action of $4,435,126. We increased the PINs from 30 to 32 from 30 to include 2 investigators. They had $89,000 for AV and computer upgrades and the salary progression, health insurance changes we've had with all of the other boards. Yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
If there are none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Motion is to adopt the conference report with morning roll call. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. No. All opposed? Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? Can I get my head going here? Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call, voting aye. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask that I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 40 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 40 on today's calendar. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1802, Appropriation Nursing Home Administrators Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Parker again to explain.
Senator Parker, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the nursing home administrator budget. Final action is $208,007. We untrapped $4,451 in contractual dollars that the group could not access. And beyond that, all we had was salary progression and health insurance changes. Yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of passage of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call. Voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 41 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 41, House Bill 1803. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1803, Appropriation Nursing Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1803 is the nursing board. Final action, $5,586,080. This gives them the authority to fill vacant positions. They asked for $25,000 towards 2 vehicles, has a salary progression and health insurance changes. Then we also added, by request of the House, some language to deal with an issue for funding a particular, let me find it here. Give the Carl Oliver wording. Yeah, so they've had some issues with Board of Nursing providing licensure to some Air Force 4N training program nursing degree recipients. And so it adds a little section in Section 5 to fix that at request of Carl Oliver from the House side. Yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
See no questions, move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, the conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 42 on today's calendar.
Motion is that we suspend the rules, go to item 42, House Bill 1804. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1804, Appropriation Optometry Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action for the Board of Optometry is $257,659, which includes $270 increase for salaries, for health insurance premium increases, 2% salary progression, and then there's also an additional $25,000 for new office space for the agency. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator.
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 43 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 43. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1805, Appropriation Physical Therapy Board.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1805 is a physical therapy board. Final action is $353,517. The only addition they had was $10,000 for some database issues, along with salary progression and health insurance changes. I yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of conference report by use of morning roll call. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 44 on today's calendar.
Senator Hobson moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 44 of the calendar. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1806, Appropriation Psychology Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Psychology Board final action is $161,982. Level funding, as this board has only one pen, just has a simple salary progression, health insurance changes. Yield for any questions. If not, move adoption of the conference report by the use of morning roll call.
Are there any questions? See no questions. Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage, conference report. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 45 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 45. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1807, Appropriation Real Estate Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This final appropriation was $793,207. It includes 8 permanent positions. This appraisal and licensure certification board was severed from the Real Estate Commission last year, and they've given birth to a new agency. We are transferring the Home Inspector Licensing Division from the Real Estate Commission to this agency. and this includes a $259,000 transfer to fund this agency under the new headquarters of the Real Estate Appraisal and Licensing Certification Board. It also includes the appropriate health insurance and PERS adjustments. I'll be glad to yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye on the conference report as passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 46 on today's calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules, go to item 46. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1808, Appropriation from Real Estate Commission.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final appropriation for the Real Estate Commission is $1,816,725. Includes 16 permanent positions. The Real Estate Commission has appropriation for $28,000 for a new car for an investigator. And as I just mentioned, they have removed the home inspector licensing from other auspices to the Real Estate Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. It includes the health insurance and PERS adjustments. Be glad to yield any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final adoption of the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Blackwell. Senator Blackwell is present. Anyone else? Please record all others present that use the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 48 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 48, House Bill 1810. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Bill 1810, Appropriation Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists Board of Examiners for.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain.
Senator Turner Ford, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action for Board of Examiners for Social Workers, Marriage, Family Therapists is $272,876. There are additional funds in the budget for health insurance increases, 2% salary progression, as well as PERS increase. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 49 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 49. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1811, Appropriation Athletic Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain.
Senator Turner Ford, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for the Athletic Commission is $168,026. Increases in the budget have been made for salaries, the 0.5% PERS increase, some travel costs, as well as equipment. And I will yield for questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage of the conference report. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
A motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 57 on today's calendar.
57, is that correct? Senator suggests that we suspend the rules, go to item 57, House Bill 1821. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson, item 57.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1821, Appropriation Veterans Home Purchase Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain.
Senator Turner Ford, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action on this budget is $84,682,355. Included in that amount would be increases for health insurance, restoring salaries to their F24 level, as well as 2% salary progressions, PERS increases, and increase in special authority to make additional home veterans loans. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Does any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Senator Hobson.
My motion is to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 72 on today's.
72. Okay, Senator, ask
Pardon me. We did that. Item 82.
82. Okay. Senator suggests we suspend the rules and go to item 82, Senate Bill number 3022. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3022, Appropriation, Transportation Department of State Aid Road Construction Office of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to recognize Senator Branding to explain.
Senator Branding, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the budget for the Office of State Aid Road Construction will be $222,345,746. That consists of increases for health insurance, salary progressions, increase for PERS, and spending authority to increase their LSVP expenditures from $30 million up to $40 million. Happy to yield for questions. Otherwise, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 84 on today's calendar.
Senator Hobson asks that we suspend the rules, go to item 84, Senate Bill 3024. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3024, Appropriation Architecture Board of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Board of Architecture. Final number on this is $362,783. It includes the usuals, health insurance, salary progressions, and PERS increase. Also includes $99 for equipment out of special funds. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 85 on today's calendar.
Senator asks that we suspend the rules, go to item 85. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move the title be read, or ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3025, Appropriation Funeral Services Board.
Senator Hobson.
My motion is to adopt the conference report, and I ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the Board of Funeral Services, $329,091. It includes the usuals plus $10,000 for a building lease and database maintenance. And also, they fully funded some positions based on the SPB projection, which was $2,825. I yield for questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
No questions. I move, or I suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 86 on today's calendar.
Senator suggests suspend the rules, go to item 86 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 3026. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3026, Appropriation, Geologist Board of Registered Professional.
I move adoption of the conference report. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action is $143,189. It includes the three items that we have on all of them. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of items 87 on today's calendar.
Senators, ask that we suspend the rules on item 87. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3028, Appropriation Motor Vehicle Commission.
Senator Hobson.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action, $376,531. It includes the usual three items. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Seeing none, I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anybody wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 88 on today's calendar.
Senator suggests that we suspend the rules, go to item 88. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3029, Appropriation Council's Board of Examiners for Licensed Professional.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the conference report. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action, $377,775. This includes the usual three items. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator, no questions.
Thank you. My motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
My motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 89 on today's calendar.
Senator suggests that we suspend the rules, go to item 89, Senate Bill 3030. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3030, Appropriation Accountancy Board of Public.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Board of Public Accountancy, besides the usual three, we have $875 additionally for travel, $11,821 for some contractual adjustments, $150 for commodities, and $150 for equipment. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Seeing none, my motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Senator Hobson.
My motion is to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 90 on today's calendar.
Senator asks that we suspend the rules and go to item 90 on today's calendar. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3031, Appropriation Contractors Board.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Final action on the Board of Public Contractors is $4,310,050. This includes a customer. We added a customer service representative level 4 to the agency at $48,740 total benefits, and increased their travel budget by $10,000. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? See none, Senator.
Seeing none, my motion is we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 91 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules to go to item 91 on today's calendar. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 3034, dental examiners, final action, $1,202,005. We fixed a deficit appropriation for dental examiners in a previous deficit appropriation bill. This bill includes $12,466 for rent increase and $7,617 for ITS contractual changes in the salary, PERS, and health insurance changes. Yield for any questions. If there are none, suggest adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Use of morning roll call has been suggested for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 92 on today's calendar.
Senator suggests that we suspend the rules, go to item 92. Anyone object? Anyone? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3035, Appropriation Pharmacy Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pharmacy Board final action, $3,943,666. It just restored some missing salary funding, has salary progression, health insurance changes, and PERS. Other than that, no changes. Yield for any questions. If there are none, suggest adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 108 on today's calendar.
Senator suggests that we suspend the rules and go to item 108, Senate Bill number 3051. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3051, Appropriation Treasurer's Office.
Senator Hobson.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on this budget is $6,658,958, and it has the usual progressions for PERS and health insurance increases and 2% salary progression. It also is comprised of investing funds of $150,000 final action, and also the impact tuition payment fund of $35 million. If there are no questions, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call, final passage.
Are there any questions? Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 110 on today's calendar.
Senator asks that we suspend the rules, go to item 110. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 3053, Appropriation Banking and Consumer Finance Department.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The final action for the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance is $12,799,648. Besides the health insurance, the PERS increase, and the progressions, this also includes 5 new positions at the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance. They're going to apparently be picking up some additional work. I think there's one of our major banks that's moving from a national bank to a state bank. And in addition, they have another bank that's going to reach a monetary threshold that's going to put them into additional examiners and audits on their bank through the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance. So they will have $523,149 for the new positions. Those are 4 examiners and an IT cybersecurity position. This also includes $131,917 in travel cost increases for their examiners and for training, $99,418 increase for contractual services. They're getting some new office space, additional space, and that also includes a website redesign, and then $12,020 for an increase for commodities and for IT and office furnishings for their new office lease space. So their total increase over base level funding is $1,008,762. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
Our motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the afternoon roll call.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage.
Morning roll call, thank you.
Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Senator Hobson. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. We'll pass and retain 111, 12, 13, 14, and 15. The next item, I think, maybe be 119. Is that right? 120? 120.
We're back where we were at 167.
Oh, 167?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go back then to 167. Okay, out of 167, Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1640, Mental Health, Revised Procedures for Screening, Evaluation, Commitments for Those with Issues of.
I move that we adopt the conference report. I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized to speak on the conference report, Senator.
Mr. President, this is yet another step in our attempt to have those who suffer from mental illness treated as individuals who have a disease and not treated as individuals who need to be involved in a legal process. The thrust of this bill is to try to continue to reduce the number of proceedings filed in Chancery Court by directing people to services that can be available to them without going through a legal process. In order to do that, the bill provides for a screening of an individual before he or she is subject to a commitment proceeding in Chancery Court. And based on what we've been told, there are 2 situations which clearly should be diverted. One are petitions which are filed not in good faith, but in an attempt to get leverage in some other situation. And those which, as I say, are filed simply because that's the only place people know to get relief. And this diverts people to the community mental health centers for a screening prior to the filing of the petition. It also attempts to make sure that hearings are held more quickly and to continue to do practical things to keep people from being held in jail. By way of example, we make it clear that County A can transport somebody to County B if that's where there's a crisis stabilization unit where the individual can be treated. And that's basically what the bill does. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield, Senator Hill? Senator Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you yield, Senator?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Hill.
I'm looking at lines 411 and 12, and it says this is bringing the circuit judge in here, may hear such matters provided in 41-2163. Now, I know we brought the circuit judge in on Senator Wiggins' bill where it was a felon case that couldn't be restored. Restoration wasn't likely for them to be competent to stand trial, but is this something new that the circuit judge is coming in here on just regular mental health screenings, or has that been taking place? Because I'm not totally familiar. I thought it all went through Chancery now if it's not a felony.
This bill does not grant any additional authority to a circuit judge to commit someone who has mental illnesses. It merely is an attempt to take into account the previous legislation and existing law.
So this is 41-2163. Is that what Senator Wiggins was referencing when he was up there with bringing the circuit judge in?
I don't have the code section in front of me, but again, the bill does not grant any additional authority to a circuit judge. And I'll be happy to get with you and work through the
Okay, because I'm just curious, because the typical way that I know commitments have been done and screenings have been done, it's been through Chancery and not circuit. That's what confused me when I saw circuit on line 410.
Well,
Thank you.
As you know, I too am concerned with the circuit courts getting involved in this, but this particular bill does not grant any additional authority to a circuit court.
Okay, so he already has authority to hear those commitment matters?
It's
In
whatever the authority the circuit judge has under 41-2163, the circuit judge has under 41-2163, and that is not changed by this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference reports adopted. Senator Bryan.
I ask that we pass the next two items and that they retain their place on the calendar.
Passed and retain items 168 and 169. And we'll go to item 170. Item 170, Senator Branning. 171. Senator Blackwell, pass and retain. Will pass and retain 170 and 171. Go to item 172, Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain that item. We'll go to item 173, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 173, call that up, ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2130, Homeowners Insurance, prohibit insurer from refusing to issue or to renew policy solely based on roof's age.
My motion is we recommit the conference report.
Motion is we recommit the conference report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Conference report's recommitted. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. We'll go to item 174, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2232, Newton Municipal School District requires election of Board of Trustees by population of the school district.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that a motion is we do adopt the conference report, and I'll be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the original Senate language of regarding the Newton Municipal School District. Senator McCollum brought it forward to me this session. the school district wants to go from appointed to elected. The language in the conference report is exactly as we passed it earlier in this session, and I'll be happy to explain, but if there are no questions, I move for adoption of the conference report.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator?
Move for adoption by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Oh, sorry. Senator present. Senator Turner Ford as present. Please record all others as voting aye, and the conference report's adopted. Now, Senator Boyd, you ready? Which item?
Mr. President, I'd ask go to item 175, Senate Bill 2408, and ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2408, identification cards and driver licenses required to have 988 crisis lifeline information.
Senator Boyd.
The motion would be to adopt the conference report, and I ask that Senator Delano be recognized to explain the conference report.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the 988 bill that we brought before you a couple of times. It had that Department of Public Safety would put 988 on the back of a driver's license when it left the Senate. That has been removed because due to the cost that it would be incurred for DPS to make those changes. It does have another revision in it that the Board of Trustees for the Department of Higher Ed would just make sure that any new identification card that is printed for faculty or students and staff would have 988 printed on it. That's an explanation of the conference report, and I will yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the conference report based on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Go to item 176. Senator Thompson will pass and retain that item. Go to 177. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 177, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2652, wild turkey stamps required for wild turkey hunter 16 years of age or older.
Senator Whaley.
Move that we adopt the I want to recognize Senator Seizure to explain the conference report.
Okay. Senator Seizure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the turkey stamp bill. We have passed this bill 3 or 4 times already. Feels like about 20. But we've reached an agreement on the conference report. The fee for resident hunters would be $16 to $64, would be a $10 for resident fee. Non-resident hunters will be $100. We've exempted all lifetime sportsman license holders. So anyone that buys a lifetime license will be exempt. All the funds are to be used for restoring, enhancing, protecting wild turkey populations and habitats in Mississippi, scientific research, increasing access to public opportunities for turkeys. There's federal money available. It's a 4-to-1 match on money we raise to draw down from the federal government. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, we have. Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Seymour?
I yield.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, on line 53, when we're talking about paying administrative processing costs, are we talking about we're going to subcontract this out to a third party?
What line did you say?
53.
53 I have is talking about to be guilty of a misdemeanor upon conviction.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I got the wrong copy.
That's all right. You'll get a thumb for that, I'm sure. So, all right, Senator, we have a couple more questions. Senator Michelle, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield, Senator Michelle?
I yield.
Senator Michelle.
Thank you. Senator Seizure, was all the tagging requirements removed from this legislation?
I'm sorry, I didn't
There was
understand.
several versions of this during the year have had tagging requirements. Has that all been removed?
There is still a harvest tag, be electronic, lines 24 to 27. You still have to tag, report your turkey, but it'll be electronically.
Only electronic. You don't have to go get a physical tag mailed to you and go put it on the turkey's leg until you carry it back to the house and then report it. You just do it electronically. We have a harvest plan already right now. How does that differ?
Yeah, there's no physical tag that has to be attached to the turkey. You still have to report like you do now. We just have to do it electronically.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Barnett, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Barnett?
Yes, sir, I yield.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Seibert, did I hear you correctly and said that if we adopt this bill or this bill becomes law, there is federal money that can be drawn down as a result of this?
That's correct. That's kind of the part of this is draw down. It's like a 3 to 4 to 1 match.
Do you know how much? You said 3 to 4 1?
I think it's a 4 to 1 match is what I've been told.
4 to 1 match. Okay. Do you know how long we can receive this money?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, so just asking, wouldn't you agree that this sounds like another piece of legislation that we are asking to draw down federal money for as well?
I'm not understanding.
No further questions, Mr. President.
Well, I couldn't understand what your last part of that was.
My question was, you're asking this body to agree to add a $10 tagging fee to wild turkeys, correct?
That's correct.
For the possibility of federal monies, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My question was again that, so this is like the other piece of legislation that we have that we're asking the state for some monies for additional federal monies, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Seymour, do you have another question? Senator Seymour, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. That question is on line 61.
You yield to Senator Seymour?
Yes, sir, I yield.
All right, Senator Seymour.
On line 61 is what my previous question was about. Is this going to be administered by a third party?
No, I think this should be able to be administered by the department.
Okay, my next question is, being that we're going to charge hunters, that this money, federal money we're drawing down, is actually a tax on the hunters because we actually provide the money for the Stevens-Pittman Act every time we buy ammo, guns, any paraphernalia with the sporting. So is there any way we can do an incentive as far as a rebate to the hunters for their hunting license?
We had discussed that with the department. They just didn't seem a way to make that work as far as a rebate. Like I said, it's a $10 fee, and the turkey hunters have been requesting this legislation. Like I said, the National Wild Turkey Federation, Turkeys for Tomorrow, numerous turkey groups around the state, and turkey hunters themselves have been requesting this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Fillingham, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield, Senator Fillingham?
I yield.
Senator Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, do the hunters get charged the fee, or does the state pay the fee for all the hunters in the state?
Well, no, when the hunter gets their hunting license, like you buy a duck stamp, if you're going to hunt ducks, if you're going to hunt turkeys, you'll buy the turkey stamp.
I understand. So it's, it's charged to the hunter. It's not charged to the state of Mississippi. Is that correct?
That's correct. The hunter actually makes the purchase.
So if you want to choose to hunt, you can participate in that. And if you choose not to hunt, you don't have to, right?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. You ready for a motion?
I move adoption of the conference report based on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Seymour? Senator DeBar? Senator Barnett? Anyone else? Anyone wish to be recorded? I'm sorry, Senator England, no? Anyone else? Senator Hill as present. Anyone else present? Senator Brumfield present. Anyone else? Senator Butler is present. Senator Horn is present. Anyone else? Senator Frazier is present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, the bill conference report is passed by use of the morning roll call. Conference report is adopted. Next, we go to Senator DeBar, item number 178.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2695, Driver's Education, revised certain provisions related thereto.
Senator
Thank you,
DeBar.
Mr. President. Be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. This is the driver's education bill that we discussed and passed earlier this year. There are several changes in it. We've reduced a lot of the language down, moved the implementation date from this fall to next fall, 26-27 school year. Requires that before July 1 of 25, the Commissioner of Public Safety adopt rules and regulations governing the program. The program shall include classroom instruction and behind-the-wheel instruction, which also shall include distracted driving, alcohol, drug, and safety programs. Provides that by July 1st of 2025, the State Superintendent and Commissioner shall jointly prepare an estimated budget and fiscal report of the program. This applies to students 14 and older. Directs that a student driver does not have to have a learner's permit while going through the course. Upon completion of the driver's education and training program, the driver shall be issued a certificate of completion, which shall be delivered to DPS Driver Services. Directs DPS to provide the department annual statistics regarding crash and fatality data on teenage drivers. Removes the restriction that a driver's license shall not be issued to an unmarried person under 18 years of age who has not graduated high school or received their GED. Clarifies laws that says that when issuing a license to individuals under 18, including a person who is at least 18, they may be issued a learner's permit and hold that learner's permit for at least a year before they can receive a license. That directs the Department of Public Safety to come up with a hardship license for those students or those persons regarding a one-year hardship requirement, such as farmers or things of that nature, or student or kids that like our single parents and so forth that need a license. Provides that Commissioner has the authority to establish other rules related to the operation within 12 months of this implementation. And it requires the department to establish a driver education and training program beginning July 1 of 2026. It shall take effect July 1st of 2024. That's an explanation. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? I see no questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's adopted. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I ask that we go to item 179, Senate Bill 2729, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2729, Rural Physician Scholarship Program and Rural Dentist Scholarship Program, revised certain provisions of.
Senator Boyd.
Thank you. Permission to explain the bill?
You're recognized to explain.
This is very similar to how we passed it the first time that it came through. We added we added the Board of Psychology, or the Misc Psychological Association, to the list of collaborating physicians. We also, in both the Rural Physician Scholarship and the Rural Dentist Scholarship, we are requiring them now to do a report with specific information so we can more effectively evaluate the effectiveness of the program and provide some transparency in that. And then we also add to make sure that this was available to both medical and osteopathic schools. The main change that we made in the conference report that was requested is to name the rural dentist scholarship after an individual from Senator Parks' district, Dr. Howell, who was an incredible dentist over in that area, and so it's now going to be the Norris Howell Rural Dentist Scholarship Program. I'm happy to answer questions in the conference report.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, under a motion.
Motion is to adopt the conference report by the use of the roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the next item, 180, Senate Bill 2799, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2799, Public Official Appointments, Revised Terms of Office and Appointment Procedures on Certain State Boards, Districts, and Agencies.
Move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain it.
Senator Sparks, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appointments bill. I actually have copies of what is left in this bill. I'll be glad to leave one up here if anybody wants one, or have a page to bring you one. The length of this bill has closed dramatically. I will go through the bill section by section and yield to any questions at the proper time. The first section is general language, and you see that's current language at the very beginning, and then we added the section about the Secretary of State being the records repository, and that they will let the appointing authorities know what appointments they have coming in the coming year. After 2028, the majority of this legislation will take effect after January 1 of 28. I'll try to be very clear. Anything that is not subject to the January 1 of 28. Again, there is no additional language, but we have removed some things. If you were looking back at the original version that we passed, we removed general language of paragraph 1, which addressed a 4-year term. We keep what was paragraph 2. You can see that is an expiring term, shall be capped at July 1. The holdover is a July 1 cutoff. We did remove paragraphs 3 and 4 from the prior version that we passed that was general language as to geographic locations being the Supreme Court as far as where someone is appointed. And we also removed general language as to the year 1 and year 3 staggered boards of paragraph 4 in the original version. We kept the language again, the Secretary of State, which is paragraph 2 in section 1 of the version in front of you. We removed the rotation of appointment language. There was conversation about if someone didn't make an appointment, it would rotate to another individual. That was paragraph 6 in the first version. We removed that paragraph. We added or amended from 120 days to 180 days the amount of time to fill a vacancy appointment. We also removed the rotation appointment language from that paragraph. Paragraph 4 in the current bill addresses interim appointments. Interims are to serve for no more than 9 months. That was in the original language. We also have a provision, which is paragraph 5. If there's chronic absenteeism, you can have a removal provision by the appointed authority. Paragraph 6 was existing language and law that we put in the post-January 2028, and then paragraph 7 addresses the application unless otherwise provided by law in a specific statute that it would apply to all of those positions. Now, That is the general law legislation. Again, no new language. We removed what I had explained. The sections that remain, sections 2 through 11, you have the Auctioneer Commission Executive Director, Impact, Mississippi Community College Board and Director in Section 5, MDEQ Director in Section 6, Mississippi Commission on Environmental Quality, Section 7, State Board of Mental Health, Section 8, State Board of Mental Health Executive Director, Section 9, State Board of Optometry, Section 10, State Board of Optometry Executive Director, Section 11. And I'm going to stop there just a second. For the boards and agencies, they have a January of 28 application of the rotation of the board, as we had talked about, with the majority of the board in year 1 and the balance in year 3. Section 13, 14, 15 is Veterans Home Purchase Board and Executive Director, Department of Wildlife, the Department of Wildlife's Executive Director. Same circumstance applies. The Section 16 is the Commissioner of Corrections. This is advise and consent, not less than every 4 years. Still will and pleasure. Wherever it was will and pleasure, we tried to keep that, but we would, beginning in 2028, again, would advise and consent the Commissioner of Corrections not less than every 4 years. The Parole Board, same circumstance, not less than every 4 years, someone would be up for advise and consent. There are two situations here that are unique. One is the Real Estate Commission and its Executive Director. That section will be up on passage, that would be effective. The purpose of this bill, one of the big reasons for this bill, was that we had geographic districts that were the old congressional districts, and I think each one of these touched that in some way. We've tried to make it more consistent and more applicable because we actually have a nominee at this time that is not statutorily before us because of a geographic issue. So that will be upon passage that would go into effect. The final section that I'll discuss is Section 17. It's the Mississippi Ethics Commission. As I had explained to this body early on, we had pulled most every board, agency, and commission forward. And I heard from some people, didn't hear from everybody, heard from some people pretty regular. But in this particular issue, I had the Ethics Commission in, and I received an email from the folks over at the Ethics Commission, and they said they thought there may be a conflict with advising and consenting the Ethics Commission, since some of those appointments were from the Chief Justice. So in response to that communication, I pulled all language out about advice and consent and things of that nature. But since they felt like there would be a conflict for us to advise and consent someone who, may be voting on an ethical matter for us, I think that probably goes both ways. So we added language in Section 17, and I'll go to that, so I'll make sure I get that correct. That in Section 17, and this is applicable to the Ethics Commission, but once again, not advise and consent due to the concerns that might have been there. It adds the sentence that a registered lobbyist shall be ineligible to serve as a commission member while registered and until 1 year after the end of such lobbying relationship that required registration. I think that that's an important issue, because if I am registered as a lobbyist, I'm being paid to promote positions, to promote legislation, and you and I have to vote on those bills. And you and I sometimes are the chairman who do not bring a bill out or stand in this well and speak against a bill. I think that's a conflict if you serve on the Ethics Commission and then potentially have to hear something about one of these elected officials. So that one is unique. It will go into effect on the effective date of the bill, which is July 1 of 2024. That is an explanation of the conference report. Mr. Chairman, I would yield to any questions.
We have a couple, I believe. Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
I yield.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Sparks. There's a lot in this bill. And I know you went down and talked about the changes to boards and commissions. we've had a lot of discussion in this session about the PERS board. Is the code section regarding the board retirement system, is it in here, or is it any changes to the PERS board in this bill?
No, sir, and actually, thank you for that question. I dropped this bill this year. We've been working on this bill for 2 years. There's no telling the amount of hours that Andrew Yates has put in on this bill. And when I asked him to bring forward all of the agencies, boards, and commissions that we felt were applicable to review, and I will say this, in the future, we may remove some advising consent. We may look at saying there's a better way to handle this, but because they had an executive director and a board, they were drawn into this bill. Nothing in this bill ever changed the board. And I did strike that section from this bill in our negotiations, partly because of so much consternation and false allegations that somehow I was the backup if the board reconstitution failed. And we were just over here saying we've been working on this 2 years, and we just didn't accidentally, but we just brought it forward because we brought everybody forward. So that's a long-winded way to say it's not in here, Senator.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairman Sparks.
Thank you.
I got one general question,
Yes.
and then probably a specific question or an example that will follow. In many instances regarding boards and commissions under our current law, and I think it's maintained in the conference report in front of us, we would advise and consent the actual members of the board, and then we'll come back and advise and consent the actual executive director. Are we maintaining that? Because I've got a lot of calls about why would we be the one to basically advise and consent the board, and then once the board makes a decision on its executive director, we still have to come back and advise and consent on that?
And I think that's a good question. The answer is yes, we do continue to do that. And again, this is going to be a work in progress over the next few years, and we'll probably look at some things, and we may find a happy medium. But in some cases, maybe we don't need to advise the board, and we need to advise the executive director, because if we're advising, consenting, particularly a board, and then they just turn everything over to an executive director, and in some cases that's what happens, then I think this body, who would appropriate either money maybe to that board or spending authority as a special fund, all of a sudden we don't have any say in who actually is running that group.
And the follow-up example that I have, last year, we had a board that actually selected a state superintendent.
Yes.
And we did not allow that to go through. And so a lot of calls that I received when this bill was introduced, and when you actually put all the hard work and hours into this bill, was that are we going to continue to go forward in situations like that where the Senate may not like the executive director that a board has selected, and then we don't let that person go through? So that's the example that followed up the concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. A question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hickman.
I yield.
Senator Hickman.
Senator Sparks, as it was stated, there is a lot going on in this bill. It was my understanding that the general premise behind this bill was to, I guess, put our appointment and advising consent process in our boards in a I guess, more cohesive way to change the Supreme Court districts or the Circuit Court districts, things of that nature. And so I feel like this bill does that, but what was the intent behind, I think, in looking through the bill, it changes the time of terms and things of that nature of some of these boards, does it not?
Yeah, and as the original bill was written, of course, we were looking at moving to a rotation on most every board that would begin the first year of a governorship. Those individuals have 4-year terms. For the ones that were appointed, the remaining members of the board's term would end in year 3, where you would appoint new 4-year. And you bring up a good point. We've created these agencies, boards, and commissions over 50 years. And we maybe have 100 different ways to do it. So that is the intent. Of course, we ended up with much fewer groups here. This was a congressional district, I think, issue, and it's also one of those bills that in negotiations, with the House, this is kind of where we ended up as far as the agencies, boards, and commissions.
Now, how many appointments, according to this piece of legislation, will the incoming governor in 2028 have?
According to this piece of legislation, I don't know how much impact that would have because the lion's share of agencies, boards, and commissions, I can't tell you how many of those are up. So I wouldn't want to guess because we didn't touch all the agencies, boards, and commissions as maybe the original draft.
So once this is fully implemented at the beginning of a term, how many appointments will a governor then have?
Again, if the original bill had passed, I would have had a better chance to say, hey, I think this is the answer. There's no additional board members, and I'll actually, if you don't mind, take the moment to say we don't change in this bill, just like we did in the original, the appointing authority, the qualifications, the number of people on the board. None of those things change. It is just for the boards, and I believe it's 9 of them, the majority of those boards will be appointed in year 1 versus 1 or 2.
And just a couple of questions to follow up on the executive directors. But let me step back. How many more people does the Senate advise and consent to under this piece of legislation than it would have if this doesn't go into effect?
The majority of the people that are advised and consented in this were already advised and consented. I will be glad to pull it out and try to do the math, but I don't. I'm sorry, I don't have that number.
And with this legislation, I heard your responses to Senator Simmons' questions about the executive directors, and I too had the same questions. But at this point, are we now making executive directors have terms? Are they having to come back every 4 years to be reappointed, or are they having to redo this advise and consent? Again, I tried to zoom through this, but it seems like at some places they're having to come back every 4 years for advice and consent of the Senate. Is that correct?
Anyone who is advised and consent, it would be my intent and belief that they should, if it's worthy of advice and consent, they should come back not less than every 4 years because this body is different.
And I understand that this body is different, but I guess my question is, if we've streamlined these appointments and most of these appointments have now gone to 4 years, are we not doing a good enough job when we advise and consent to these boards that we now have to regulate who they can hire as the executive director? And the reason I ask that question is because the same thing is that we have advised and consent, these people have been appointed, and now we're telling them that we now need to approve everything that you do once we approve you. And I get the point that you say some of them hire an executive director and turn that over, but we have people that come through here all the time. We have appointments come through here all the time, and they're 52-0. I think if we did a better job at advice and consenting to these boards, then there would be no need for us advising and consenting to executive directors, and that's what I have a problem with.
I understand.
All right, and so I guess my question would be, at some point, if you let me know how many executive directors we're advising and consenting to, and how many boards are we changing kind of the operation of?
I'll be glad to. Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, do you have a question?
Friendly question.
You yield, Senator Wiggins?
I yield.
Senator Wiggins, you recognize.
I'm taken aback by this subdued Senator Sparks.
Sir?
I'm taken aback by this new subdued Senator Sparks. So,
thank you, Senator.
I'm curious, in this bill, in these boards, what's come up, I've seen from time to time, is about once somebody is appointed, that then there tends to become a whole discussion depending on the issue about can they be removed. Is that do you know what I mean? And is that addressed in this bill?
Anyone who was will and pleasure will remain will and pleasure, but they're subject to advice and consent not less than every 4 years. But it does have a provision for absenteeism. If there's chronic absenteeism, the appointing authority, whether it's whomever, the governor, lieutenant governor, they could remove someone for chronic absenteeism.
Okay, so I've come across situations where I guess even the board makes an appointment, and then I'll just say the appointee isn't doing what they like or what they thought, and then there's discussion, can we disappoint them, I guess you would call it. Is
No,
that
sir.
addressed in here?
No, only advice and consent is the power we have. We don't have removal power.
So that's my, so this is about what we can do with advice and consent?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Okay. And then when you were talking about ethics and the conflicts as this bill sets out, what is your definition of the conflicts that we're trying to address?
Well, we had the Ethics Board as one, or the Ethics Commission as one of the groups in this bill, and I received communication from the Ethics Commission that said it might be a conflict as far as separation of powers, because at times the Chief Justice has appointments to that board, and so advising and consenting someone who is appointed by the Chief Justice, there was just a discussion around that. And because of that, I removed the language that we had put into the board about advice and consent.
So this isn't addressing addressing the ethics laws that regulates conflicts?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay.
I was just referring to the board members.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Bryan, you have a question, Senator Bryan?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Bryan?
I yield.
Senator Bryan, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I was just sort of trying to follow the new procedures and compare them to existing laws. And the first one I came to was the Auctioneer Commission. And right now, there are 5 people on that board, and they are appointed by the last 5 congressional districts that we had. And I believe that they are staggered terms. I can't find that for sure, but I believe, if I understand the language in 73-473, they're staggered terms. So right now, we have 5 members, one from each of those old congressional districts. One appointment comes up every year. It's a 5-year term, so it's a turnover every 5 years. And they just hire whoever they want as the executive director. I think that's the way it works now.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And under this bill, they no longer will be chosen by congressional districts, either current or previous, but they'll be determined by Supreme Court districts, which run east and west across the state.
Yes, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the executive director of the Mississippi Auctioneer Commission will be subject to confirmation by the state senate. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have we got some major problem with the auctioneer commission that we need to be confirming their executive director?
Well, again, I think the intent was consistency on the front end. It was a very large bill that touched a lot of agencies. It's now very narrow, but the same intent is there. So I'm not going to speak particularly to the auctioneer board as far as their value versus another agency, board, or commission, but your analysis is correct as to the operation.
My understanding is that these 5 members, and I'm sorry I'm not quite as able to keep up with this as I'd like to be, but that the 5 members would come, one from each congressional district and 2 from the state at large, I think. Is that right?
One from each Supreme Court district,
Yeah,
2 from the state at large.
Two from the
Yes,
state
sir.
at large. Thank you. And then, I was trying to find this, but 3 of them would be appointed in the first year of a governor's term, and then the other 2 would be appointed in the 3rd year of a governor's term. Have I got that?
Yes, sir.
Why would we shift from having one person every 5 years so that you have a rolling membership of the board to having 3 appointed in the first year of a governor's term and 2 appointed in the 3rd year of a governor's term?
Well, again, the effort was toward consistency because they had 5-year terms. They'll go to 4-year terms. I know that a lot of these that were set up with the 5 congressional districts, I'm assuming they just, and I don't know, you may can speak to that, is that when we just set up a board, because we had 5 congressional districts, we just made it a 5-member board. And because we've had a shrinkage of that, and on top of that, we've had a pretty vigorously fought case over what the 5 districts mean as far as what you can do or not do out of the phantom 5th district. I would think that we would want to have a consistency to say we can actually appoint you from a geographic area that still exists.
Well, I think the lawsuit you're referring to it turned on the fact that you could only get 20% of the votes from congressional district, and 4 times 20 is 80, and you could never get 100% of the signatures that you needed. But assuming you wanted to get away from old congressional districts, why then would we have three people appointed in year 1 and 2 people appointed in year 3? Why not just have 1 person every year for a 5-year term?
Well, again, there were several different agencies, boards, and commissions that ranged anywhere from 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, and it seemed that it would be better for the long-term structure of agency, board, and commission government if we had a set standard term and tried to have a set standard process. And as many people have expressed to me during this process, which this bill does not do, maybe we realize that some of these positions might not need to continue in perpetuity.
Does this bill remove Senate confirmation from anyone we're currently confirming?
I do not believe it does, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. A motion would be proper.
It would be to adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator? Senator, as we call the roll, call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chadzenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fieldingame, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Berry. Blunt. DeBar. Harkins. England. Hill. Hobson. Jordan. Latner. Norwood. Seymour. Suber. Thompson. Turner Ford. Present, I think. Williams. Voting yes or yea. Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingang, Harkins, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Whaley, Wiggins, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Chisholm, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas. He didn't say anything. I didn't hear it. He didn't call the president. Voting present, Carter, Hill, Parker, and Turner Ford.
Just a minute.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
To announce the pair.
You recognize.
If Senator Norwood is here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Please record. Senator Frazier, for what purpose?
To announce a pair.
You recognize.
Barrett, yes. Hillman, Frazier, no.
Please record it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Thompson.
To announce a pair, Mr. President.
You recognize.
If Senator Jordan was here, he would vote no, and I vote aye.
Please record the pair. That's it. Okay, with a count of 28 ayes and 13 noes, bill is passed.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if I could ask for unanimous consent of number 111 on yesterday's calendar, is Senate Bill 2717 for a technical change, rather, not an amendment. I think it'd be put up on the board. I believe we have it put up.
You're recognized.
Thank you. This would make two changes on line 153 and on line 5. I believe you insert the following after the word Mississippi Code of 1972, and it recognizes as amended by Senate Bill 2445 of the 2024 regular session. This language just confirms the code section with one that's already been sent to the governor, so that the language in the Senate 2717 does not conflict, and that would be my request for unanimous consent to make that technical change.
All opposed, no. It's adopted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What? All right. We'll go to item 181, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call item 181, Senate Bill 2823. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2823, Medicaid, revise various technical provisions related thereto, including reimbursement levels and facility eligibility.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to recommit.
Motion is recommit. Any questions? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The conference report's been recommitted. Go to item 182, Senator Bryan.
I would ask to pass that item and let it retain its place on the calendar.
We'll pass item 182, Senate Bill 2873, retain its place on the calendar. Go to 183, Senator Bryan.
Go to that item and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
183.
183.
Senate nomination number 4, Dr. Barry Tripp Henderson, Oxford, Mississippi Board of Chiropractic Examiners, on the Representative 1st Congressional District, 5-year term effective April 21st, 2023 and ending April 20th, 2028.
Senator Bryan.
I move that we do advise and consent, and I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized, Senator.
This is a nomination for the Board of Chiropractic Examiners. Dr. Henderson was nominated by the governor, and as we do, we had the peer committee make inquiry into the legality of the nomination and also check public records concerning Dr. Henderson. The peer committee found that his appointment complied with the applicable law. Dr. Henderson is from Oxford. He votes in Lafayette County, and he has a Doctor of Chiropractic degree from Parker University of Chiropractic. We did not have him appear before the board, before the committee. The committee just reviewed the report of the peer committee and voted that we do advise and consent. So that's the recommendation of the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee on Senate nomination number 4. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Any questions? Senator suggested, seeing no questions, Senator suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Do advise and consent. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded voting no? Senator McMahon, no? Vote no. Anyone else present? Seeing no others, the nominations do advise and consent is passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 184 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 5, Dr. Felicia F. King, Jackson, Mississippi State Board of Chiropractic Examiners, as an individual engaged in the practice of chiropractic, remainder 5-year term, effective July 1st, 2023, and ending April 20th, 2024. Vice Michael R. Patterson, D.C.
Senator Bryan. I move that we do advise and consent, and I'd like to speak to that. You're recognized. Mr. President, this is another nomination of the governor to be on the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners. This nomination is to fill an unexpired term. This term was previously held by Dr. Michael R. Patterson, and this is for a term which actually expired a few days ago, but nevertheless, in accordance with the law, the nomination was made, and the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee considered this nomination. Once again, we did not have this individual actually appear before the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee, but we did look into the peer committee report. And again, this is a situation where we just asked the peer committee to make sure that the nominee complies with state law and to check public records. We don't have an in-depth study done as we do from some others, but nevertheless, it appears that Dr. King resides in Jackson and is a qualified elector of Hinds County. She has a bachelor's degree in pre-med from Alcorn State and a doctor of chiropractic from Life University. The nomination complies with existing law, and the recommendation of the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee to the Senate is that we do advise and consent. So, Mr. President, if there are no questions, I ask that we do advise and consent on Senate nomination number 5. Seeing no questions, the senator suggests that we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on do advise and consent. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I go to item 187 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 32, Lane Allison Moret, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Physical Therapists, 4-year term effective May 26, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2026, representing the 4th Congressional District, Vice Douglas Roll.
Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I'm on item 185, Senate nomination number 6.
Oh, you said 187, Senator.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, okay, we'll go back to 185 and come back again, if that's all right, if there's no objections. If no objection, go back to item 185. Now, Senator Bryan, we need to read the title of that one.
Read the title, please. I wish to follow the numerical order. So, item 180. I don't intend to skip over anyone, but yes, okay. I'll go to item 185, Senate nomination number 6, and ask that the title be read.
Thank you. Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 6, Dr. Felicia F. King, Jackson, Mississippi State Board of Chiropractic Examiners, as an individual engaged in the practice of chiropractic. 5-year term effective April 21st, 2024, and ending April 20th, 2029, representing the 2nd Congressional District.
I move we do advise and consent, and I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry I got the number wrong previously. This is Dr. Felicia King, who you will remember moments ago we confirmed to complete a term on the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners. But this is for a full 5-year term for the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners. And again, she didn't appear before the committee, but the peer committee did look at the public records in the nomination and found that it complied with existing law and found that there was no information in the public record that was derogatory, and therefore the recommendation of the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee is that we do advise and consent. And so if there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call and advising and consenting on Senate nomination number 6.
Seeing no questions, the senator moves or suggests that we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on do advise and consent. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I go to item 186 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 19, Dr. Frederick Barnett, Rick Carlton Jr., Oxford, Mississippi State Board of Health, and a licensed physician, remainder of 6-year term effective July 13, 2023, and ending June 30, 2027, Vice Dr. John Edward Hill.
Senator Bryan.
I move that we do advise and consent, and I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized to speak.
Mr. President, this was a nomination which is for the term of Dr. Hill, Dr. Ed Hill, who had previously served on the board. We did have a more extensive report filed on this individual because it was the State Board of Health. And Dr. Carlton is from Oxford, and he has an associate degree in pre-medicine from Northwest Community College, a bachelor's degree from the University of Mississippi, and a doctor of medicine from the University of Mississippi in 1980, and actually did his residency in internal medicine at the University of Mississippi Medical Center. He did appear before the committee because he had not previously appeared before the committee, because we try to do that for individuals who are going to be on boards such as the State Board of Health, which is a board of some consequence. And having had the opportunity to visit with Dr. Carlton, which I think was useful to him and the committee has recommended that we do advise and consent, and therefore, if there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call and advising and consenting on this nomination.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests do advise consent by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on do advise and consent. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I'd go to item 187, Senate nomination number 32, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 32, Lane Allison Moret, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Physical Therapists, 4-year term effective May 26, 2023, and ending June 30, 2026, representing the 4th Congressional District, Vice Douglas Rowe.
Senator Bryan.
I move that we do advise and consent. I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized, Senator.
Mr. President, this is a nomination to the Mississippi State Board of Physical Therapists. In this instance, we did not ask for a detailed background check by the peer committee, but we did have the peer committee check the applicable state law and to look at the public records regarding the nominee. Ms. Mert lives in Hattiesburg. She votes in Lamar County, and she has a bachelor's degree in health science and community health from Louisiana State University, and a bachelor's degree in physical therapy from LSU Medical Center, and she was working as a physical therapist. She's got a license with the Board of Physical Therapy and has been practicing physical therapy. The Public Health and Welfare Committee, having reviewed the information brought to us by the peer committee, thought well of the appointment, and the recommendation to the Senate is that we do advise and consent, and if there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call in advising and consenting to this nomination.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests we do advise consent by use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and due advise consent has passed. Senator?
I go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate nomination number 33, Cheryl Brooks Ware, PT, Belton, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Physical Therapists, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2027, representing the 1st Congressional District, Vice Shannon Singlesary.
Senator Bryan.
I move we do advise and consent, and I would like to speak to that.
You're recognized to speak.
Mr. President, this is another nomination to the Mississippi Board of Physical Therapists. Cheryl Brooks Ware lives in Belden, Mississippi. She's a qualified elector of Lee County, and she was appointed by the governor. This is a situation where we just had the peer committee make sure that the nomination complied with law, and we had them check the public records concerning Dr. Ware, and the recommendation of the Public Health and Welfare Committee is that we do advise and consent to this nomination by the governor to the Mississippi Board of Physical Therapists. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2799 on a motion to reconsider, please.
Please do on the chairman. Okay. Seeing no questions, Senator suggests we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, we do advise consent by use of morning roll call. Senator Bryan?
I go to item 189 and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate nomination number 35, Veronica Haynes Knowles, LCSW, Louisville, Mississippi, Board of Examiners for Social Workers and Marriage Family Therapists, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027, representing a licensed social worker.
Senator Bryan.
I move we do advise and consent, and I would like to speak to that.
You're recognized to speak on it, Senator.
Mr. President, this is a nomination to the Mississippi Board of Examiners for Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists. This nomination is a licensed social worker, and so again, we found that we did not have Ms. Knowles appear before us, but she is a licensed social worker. She lives in Louisville, votes in Winston County, and the recommendation of the Senate Public Health and Committee is that we do advise and consent to this nomination to the Board of Examiners for Social Workers in Marriage and Family Therapists. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no question, the senator suggests that we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye on due advise and consent. Senator Bryan.
I go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 42, Carrie K. Coggins, LMSW, Tupelo, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Examiners for Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists, remainder of a 4-year term ending June 30th, 2024.
Senator Bryan.
I move we do advise and consent, and I would like to speak to that.
You're recognized, Senator.
Mr. President, this is another nomination to the Mississippi State Board of Examiners for Social Workers in Marriage and Family Therapists. Ms. Coggins lives in Tupelo. She's a lector in Lee County, Mississippi. She did not appear before the board, but the peer committee found that she complied with existing law. The recommendation of the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee is that we do advise and consent to this nomination to the Mississippi State Board of Examiners for social workers and marriage and family therapists. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on the do advise and consent. It is passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 191 and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate nomination number 43, Robert L. Bobby Scott, South Haven, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Examiners for Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027.
Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I move we do advise and consent, and I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized, Senator.
This is another nomination to the Mississippi State Board of Examiners for Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists. This individual did not appear before the before the Public Health and Welfare Committee, but the peer report did show that this person complies with applicable state law, and this is an individual who lives in South Haven, is qualified elector to DeSoto County. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call and to advise and consent to this nomination.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call, final passage.
I go to the next.
Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call. Voting aye on do advise and consent. It's passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 58, Virginia Jones, Jenny Bryan, PTA, Oxford, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Physical Therapists as a representative of physical therapist assistants, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027.
Senator Bryan.
I move that we do advise and consent. I would like to speak to that.
You're recognized, Senator.
This is a nomination to the State Board of Physical Therapists as a representative of physical therapy assistants. Again, this was a situation where the individual did not appear before the board, but the peer committee found that her nomination complied with existing law. Mrs. Brown, no relation, lives in Oxford and is qualified elector of Lafayette County. The Public Health and Welfare Committee's recommendation is that we do advise and consent, and I suggest use of the morning roll call in advising and consenting to this nomination.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Do advise and consent has passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 64, Lee Bertha Cole, Jackson, Mississippi Board of Directors of Mississippi Industries for the Blind, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027, representing a legally blind individual.
Senator Bryan.
I move that we do advise and consent. I'd like to speak to that.
You're recognized to speak.
Mr. President, this is a nominee to the Board of Directors of the Mississippi Industries for the Blind. The peer committee looked into this nomination and found that the individual complied with the law, and the recommendation of the Senate Public Health Committee is that we do advise and consent. So I ask that we do advise and consent to this nomination to the Board of Directors of the Mississippi Industries for the Blind by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, senator suggests we do advise consent by use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on do advise and consent as passed. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, there are quite a few more nominations coming from the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee, but it's getting late in the day, and I'd like to just pass the remaining items and let them retain their place on the calendar.
We'll pass through. We'll pass, and they'll retain their place on the calendar all the way through item 210. Now, we need to go back. Anyone wish to bring up an item that we passed? Senator Fillingane, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 163, House Bill number 1441.
Senator suggests that we go back, suspend the rules, go back to item 163. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to call that item up and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1441, felony, increased penalties for commission of with use of semi-automatic firearm.
Motion is that we recommit the bill as the House has already done so.
The Senator suggests we recommit the bill. Any questions? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's recommitted. Anyone else wish to take one up? Oh, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we suspend the rules to take up item 133, Senate Bill 2801.
Senator Johnson suggests we suspend the rules, go back to item 133. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
Ask that we have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2801, distinctive motor vehicle license tag authorized for supporters of Clarksdale High School in Lauderdale County.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you. I move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize me to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
This is the distinctive motor vehicle tag. It's the omnibus bill for that. I'll just go through what is in it and then field any questions. If you will, just listen to make sure that if you had one in here that I do announce it. So Section 1 authorizes tags with the words "In God We Trust." The beneficiary organization is American Family Association, Inc. Section 2 authorizes tags for supporters of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, with the beneficiary being Tunnel to Towers, Biloxi. Section 3 authorizes tags for supporters of the following organizations: Clarkdale High School in Lauderdale County, the Columbia Academy Cougars, the Mississippi Hunting Dog Association, the O'Keefe Educational Media DBA Disability Connection, the New Orleans Pelicans, the Mississippi Economic Council, and the Lighthouse Academy for Dyslexia. It also updates the tags previously authorized for the Seabee Historical Foundation to authorize them for the Navy Seabee Foundation. It separates into two tags: a previously authorized tag for the Most Worshipful King Hiram Grand Lodge and the Electra Grand Chapter Order of Eastern Star. That's one tag for the men's organization and one's for the women's organization. The following sections extend the time for certain previously authorized special tags to meet the 300 pre-sale requirement. Pass Christian School District, the Grand Chapter of Mississippi Order of the Eastern Star, the former Ross A. Temple High School in Vicksburg. The beneficiary is the Central Mississippi Prevention Services. Moss Point School District, EV Mississippi, Desert of Mississippi Shriners and Daughters, Wildlife Mississippi, Jack and Jill of America. It also launches a pilot program. It's for Methodist Cursillo of Mississippi. Currently, there's a 300 tag minimum. They're going to do a pilot to see if we can go with a 100 tag minimum. And then finally, it lowers the fee for the Choose Life tags from $50 to $30. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Okay, any questions? No questions, Senator.
I move adoption using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Okay, anyone else wish to bring one up? Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules to go to item 170 on today's calendar, House Bill 1681.
Senators ask that we suspend the rules, go to item 171. Senator, anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning, you recognize.
Ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1681, Memorial Highways, designate segment Mississippi Highway 513 in Clark County as Lance Corporal Mac Hamburg, MSMC Memorial Highway.
Thank you. I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report, please.
You're recognized to explain.
First of all, I would like to request unanimous consent to correct a typo in the spelling of the town of Eupora on lines 91 and 92 in the conference report.
Okay, anyone object to the correction? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. It's been corrected, Senator. Been approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The additions in the conference report to the last time that we saw the contents of this bill, in Section 11, we've added a memorial highway in George County to be named after Deputy Jeremy Malone. In Section 12, there will be a portion of I-269 in DeSoto County to be named after Mason Wilbanks. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. Use of morning roll call is voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Okay, anyone else wish to bring one up? Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
On today's calendar, I'd like to hold item 177, Senate Bill 2652 on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairman. Okay, anyone else? If not, I think we now move to announcements. Move to announcements. Any announcements? Senator Fillingham for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the morning at 9 o'clock, the Judiciary B Committee will have a meeting to take up a bunch of the House suffrage bills. We are going to screen, on your screen, it will list the citizens and their counties. So if you see those, since these were House bills, I just want all the senators to know who will be taking up potentially, so that if they're from your county and you have thought about them, you know, one way or the other, you can be present, or you can come talk to me and let me know. But we just wanted you to know these are all the ladies and gentlemen that will be considered by the Jud B Committee in the morning at 9 o'clock on room 409.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Journey memory, Mr. President.
You recognize.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that the Senate adjourns in the memory of Mr. James Stewart, who was a former Justice Court judge in Knoxville County and the husband of current Justice Court Judge Dorothy Stewart.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? If you would, please read the meeting announcement.
Judiciary Division B will meet at 9 a.m. on Wednesday morning in room 216.
Okay. Anyone else? Senator Polk, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until the last conference committee report is filed tonight, at which time the journal will reflect, and we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Polk moves that the Senate stand in recess until the last conference report is filed, at which time the Senate journal will reflect that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 10, or in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.